Welcome to the H&R 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. My name is Peter Mackay and I am delighted to be bringing you this first round of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Joining me for the whole season of this fantastic championship is my colleague Semil Aurora. Semil, I must be honest, I'm rather excited for this one.
Likewise, Peter. So great to finally be back in the broadcast booth with you. And what a series to do that with, right? It's the DNLS back again in this variant. And seriously, what could be better than an endurance race at the Nürburgring? You've been there in real life. And honestly, Peter, I can't imagine anything more special in terms of that.
Well, as you mentioned, Semil, I've had the great privilege of commentating on the outdoor Nürburgring Langstrecken series this year. And today we're going to blend the virtual and real worlds across the most impressive racetrack anywhere on Earth. 3 hours of racing with the very best from the virtual racing world and the very best from the real-life racing world as well, with some names which I'm sure will be very familiar to you around this incredible circuit. But this is the third season of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and here is a little bit of a taster of what to expect based on what happened last season. Have a look.
Willkommen zum Saisonauftakt zur digitalen Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Abschiedsvorstellung des BMW Z4.
Zu dritt nebeneinander. Alice, der angreift im gelben Mercedes.
Startfrei.
The green light. Season number 2 has just started.
Der erste Unfall. Jetzt laufen sie beide auf Jesse Klonow. Jetzt fahren sie zu dritt nebeneinander in diese Senke hinein. Und der große Gewinner heißt der Philipp Eng. Wechselt aber gleich nochmal von rechts nach links. Berührt ihn leicht.
That's driving on the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Jetzt ist er dran. Jetzt schert er rechts aus. Jetzt sind sie nebeneinander.
Oh, da gibt's einen Abflug.
Gegen Mahler mit einem leichten Schlenker.
3 kurzfristig innerhalb. Und da gibt's den Abflug. Da gibt's einen bösen Abflug von beiden. Okay, Hamberg-Kurve. Bremsen ein bisschen unruhig geworden. Ja, und dann verliert er das Auto. SP3T-Auto. Patrick Kubinji war das. Den hat's erwischt.
Geile Bilder tief in der Heckstoßstange. Gibt es jetzt hier den Führungswechsel? Geht das Sami Matitrogen? Genau, der geht wieder vorbei und holt sich die Führung zurück.
Noch einmal rechts rum, einmal links rum. Und damit der Sieg für Sami Matitrogen.
Winners of the Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. Laurin Heinrich.
Sieg für Sami Matitrogen und Alex Arana, das Mahler Racing Team.
BS Competition Number 89. Heinrich and Talbot winning.
Das Lego Technic 3-Stunden-Rennen gewinnt die Schnitzelalm Racing Mannschaft.
Well, that certainly gets the taste buds wetted for a season of action here on the digital Nürburgring Nordschleife. The drivers are at the moment in the middle of their qualifying session in the SP10 class running to GT4 regulations. So you'll see the car on screen right now, the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 going up against the BMW M4 GT4. Porsche versus BMW. I'm sure we've seen that episode before, Simil.
Exactly, we have. And it's amazing. Two brands have got so much history in the world of endurance racing. And also now, it's good to see it continue in the world of sim racing and esports as well, especially in the GT4 category. And it's been amazing, Peter, isn't it? That the Porsche completely characteristics to what the BMW offers everywhere, regardless of whatever series we go to, regardless of whatever circuit we go to. Eventually things level up so well, and it's this battle of philosophies that we get in the track that makes it so much fun.
It certainly does. Well, we'll be returning shortly for the H&R 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. We'll be back.
Zusammen Giga Green. Hol dir den nachhaltigen Gigabit-Anschluss von Vodafone. Highspeed-Internet mit der Power aus erneuerbaren Energien. Together we can.
Welcome back to the H&R 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyres. The drivers are just in the middle of their qualifying sessions at the moment for the Cup 2 TCR and SP10 classes. And then, Simil, we wind up for really one of the most exciting parts of any Nürburgring race weekend, and that is the SP9 qualifying, when the fastest cars get let loose around the green hell.
Exactly, Peter. That is going to be such a sight. And it's amazing with the SP9, right? They are just so amazing at making sure that the lap time is intense. It feels fast and you can watch it. And even though you might not be the one driving, it feels special, really quick. And that's the thing. GT3s, there's a special layer of excitement. And of course, the best part is we've got real world racers in every car who have to qualify and start the car as well. So that adds an extra layer of excitement to it, to be honest.
That it does, yes. A lot of familiar names taking part in this digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series, who of course have competed all season long in the real world Nürburgring Langstrecken series. One name that stuck out to me was Dennis Olsen, who of course has raced for one of the most well-known teams at the Nürburgring, the Frickadelli racing team owned by Klaus Abelin, who of course is the husband of the late great Sabina Schmitz. And I do think Sabina, she would very much approve of this initiative.
No, 100%. And Dennis Olsen, Peter, you picked out such a right name for this one. Begin out with it. Already, right, at the age of 25, Dennis Olsen feels like a veteran in the world of motorsport. He feels like he's been carved out from scratch because he started karting at the age of 6. The VLN in the SP9 category in real life, by the way, he just finished second last year. It's crazy. Again, a Porsche factory, young driver, so much going right for him. And he's one of those crops, right, where you see racing drivers do a lot of GT racing and not go the Formula route, and still he's one of the star names of today.
He definitely is, yeah. He fully deserves his position in the Porsche factory lineup, and to get to climb aboard the Frickadelli racing cars here at the Nürburgring, that is one of the greatest honours you can get. We also have in the field a fellow Briton, a 32-year-old from Lichfield in England, Adam Christodoulou, who will be racing for the number 101 Mercedes-AMG Heusinkveld team. And Adam, a very keen virtual racer, but of course a very successful driver here at the Nürburgring as well. Of course, a winner of the most fearsome 24-hour race in the world as well.
Exactly. Adam Christodoulou, I suppose everyone would know him at this stage, wouldn't they? Media presence, everyone knows who he is. And again, as you mentioned, Peter, he has won the 24 Hours of Nürburgring back in 2016. So again, there's that added layer of credibility. Also, a Mercedes factory drive. There's just so many good drivers here, Peter. And the fact that they get the team along with the sim racing ones makes it extra special. Now, I love the thing about Adam, right? As much as he's a real-world factory pro driver, he's also become that much of a sim driver as well. Because in the last year, we've seen him so often in races like this one.
We have, yes, indeed. As we look on screen at the moment, the number 57 of Philip Ellis driving that machine. Of course, the winner of the 2021 Rolex 24-hour at Daytona for Windward Motorsport, and Windward entered here today in their 57 car. Now, for regular viewers of the regular Nürburgring Langstrecken series, will be very aware of this car, the Haupt Racing Team machine, with the Bilstein branding on it, the yellow and blue. Daniel Juncadella will be doing the qualifying honours there as well. Daniel, a very special driver, winner of the Macau Grand Prix, Mercedes factory driver. And yes, it's of course this race, Samil, very kindly sponsored by H&R, suspension components made exclusively in Germany. And if there's one place where you need good suspension, it's here on the undulating 25 kilometres of the Nürburgring.
Exactly. So many corners that will test you, not just your car, but you as a driver as well. Because if you haven't quite got the suspension, once you come back, you will be brain dead anyway, because the track is seriously bumpy. But you want to go to a super smooth ring and just feel like, it's just a prototype modern day circuit. The beauty about the Nürburgring, it's that old charm. Again, the more praise you give about the Nürburgring is like, the fact of the matter is the old world charm about the circuit, the fact that it is still so raw, still so unchanged from, is what makes it so much fun. And even in the virtual, those bumps feel real.
Oh, they do. And that's the thing with the iRacing platform as well. Every last bump of this Nürburgring circuit is laser scanned and replicated in the virtual world as well, which is very, very cool. Looking right now, we're going to have a swear jar this season, because if I say the number 5 Phoenix Racing, my automatic reaction is to say the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi, because that's the car that races with, of course, the great Frank Stippler driving alongside Vincent Kolb. However, it's a Lamborghini they are racing in this Nürburgring Langstrecken series. And one thing is very cool, Phoenix Racing, of course, a Nürburgring staple team. Their headquarters, Samil, is actually on the very edge, on the right-hand side of the Dottinger Ho. So they have the local knowledge here.
100%. They were, as you rightly mentioned, Peter, they were one of the names when you think of when you think of the V, and of course the 24 hours as well. It's outstanding that come out and compete in the virtual world as well. And actually, they're not just the only real world team to have their virtual team. There are so many of them. I can instantly think of what Motorsport that are coming up in there with their own team. Of course, I think just bounced from the top of my head, right? There's Phoenix, there's Walkenhorst, there's WNS Motorsport as well. There's
lots, yes, absolutely, yeah. I mean, HRT, Windward, both.
HRT, exactly.
Yeah,
that's the name I was thinking of. Yeah.
Also, one car we have to have a look at is the 34, the Walkenhorst BMW. Now, there's a good reason why I've got a soft spot for this car, because it's sponsored by the Alpecin anti-balding shampoo, and I need lots of Alpecin anti-balding shampoo, because I'm, shall we say, follically challenged. So, of course, they're a sponsor of Walkenhorst in the real world, and have brought that over to the virtual sphere. Looking there at Dennis Olsen on track, coming through Schwalbenschwanz in the Corsom Racing Porsche. And, Marius Zug getting it all lit up there in the BMW bank car, going around the most important corner on the circuit, I believe, Galgenkopf, because, Samil, that is the kind of slingshot right-hander that brings you out onto this Talladega drag strip that is the Dottinger Ho.
And it's such a long straight. You need all that momentum, everything that you can carry in from that corner. It's one that you can actually sound very easily, right? After the client's carousel, you just tend to get a bit carried away that, there's just one, I can accelerate like crazy. And I've had so many instances where I've disrespected Galgenkopf corner in a way and just taken it a bit too lightly. And when it does bite, it's bad. You lose all your momentum and down you go. Your lap time is wasted.
Yes, of course, particularly these SP9 cars, they have a very sophisticated dashboard system which just tells you just how bad an exit you've got out of a corner, because you see your time delta oozing away. Now, this is another one I'm going to have to get used to. Phil Dennis driving a Porsche, because, of course, Phil Dennis, a driver, normally see him racing BMWs for BS competition, but he's racing for Mahler Racing Team, the number 91, and Porsche and Mahler have an amazing history together. The lightweight Mahler aluminium piston was first fitted to a Porsche all the way back in 1951 and cut the piston weight by a third, and that allowed Porsche to bring so much more power out of the Ernst Fuhrmann engine that was developed at that time in the 1950s. And they also, Mahler, were absolutely critical to the development of the engine for the 917 as well, Samil.
I was not aware of that. That is just some crazy stats. And folks, on this podcast, because Peter is here, you are going to hear there's so many of these. Right? I get to share the booth with you, Peter, and here's the amazing stories live on air. My word, I wouldn't have known.
I do like, I've got in my office here, I've got lots of old Porsche books which I do like sifting through to find little tidbits for you. So I hope I don't use them all up too early. Now, car on screen right now, Mark Hellerick. This car has been through the wars. This Lamborghini Huracan is not in factory spec. There's a bit of front end damage, so obviously not an ideal run through this qualifying so far for that machine. At the moment, the fastest car is the BS, number 89 BS competition, 7 minutes and 49.326. Now, Samil, we have to talk about balance of performance now, because that would be
That's right.
impressive team. That would be an impressive time with 100% power. But our balance of performance for the SP9 class, the cars are knocked back a little bit.
Yep, let's start off with the SP9s, the Lamborghini. Well, fuel percentage, the fuel tank is actually knocked down to 85%. But the power, Peter, as you already mentioned, the power is the issue, because the power is down to just 96.75%. Now, I could bore all of you with the exact percentages of each car and how much fuel has been cut down and how much ballast has been added in each decimal point. But the matter is, every car has been hit. No car in the series, okay, apart from the S3T Audi R3 LMS, no car apart from that has 100% power. So they're missing out on that element just by a little bit. And neither does any car has 100% fuel. In fact, the highest percentage of fuel that any car has relative to the just a grand total of 85, and that is with the Lamborghini. So there's a bit of that. So you can't quite run on 100% factory spec-ations in mind here, because now, normally you would just drive on the Nürburgring, your time laps on even community races, and they would have, say, 100% fuel, 100% power. This changes your approach quite a fair bit. Plus the ballast as well, by the way.
It really does, yeah. It makes these times even more impressive. Now, let's see what Adam Christodoulou can do. The benchmark has been raised by Phil Dennis. The number 91 Porsche for Mala Racing Team. Phil Dennis goes to the top by just over a second from BS Competition. The number 89 of Elias Sepinen. We also see Will Trugutha. Here's the Alpecin car. The Alpecin anti-balding shampoo. Get yourself a bottle at your local supermarket. It's, if you're follically challenged like me, it's great stuff. Really good. German engineering for your hair, I think, is the advertising slogan they have here in the United Kingdom. But at the moment, it's Mala Racing Team Porsche from BS Competition BMW from Dor Esports Lamborghini. So, three manufacturers in the top three. Well, whoever set the balance of performance, says Sumil, they've done their job up to now.
I think they have. So far, it's been very, very close. Of course, the gap is quite something. You might look at it and say, well, 1 second, 1.7 seconds, that's not very good. But guys, we're not racing at Spa. We're not racing at the Nürburgring or any the circuit for that matter. Even the GPA for that matter. It's the Nürburgring. I think over 100 corners, isn't it? So 1 second per 100 corners is not that bad.
That's incredibly tight.
Considered, gaps in the races are going to be even closer, if anything.
Daniel Juncadella goes to pole position, raises the bar once more by just 0.2 of a second. What a time from the 30-year-old Spaniard. So Mercedes go to the top here at the Nürburgring. Look at it. Whoa, Dennis Olsen on absolute maximum attack in the Corsim Racing Porsche. The 4-litre flat 6 engine screaming its way around as he heads up towards the Caracciola Carousel, the most distinctive corner here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, a corner he's been round many times. Sitting in ninth, sitting in ninth at the moment in this number 3 machine. Of course, this Porsche 911 GT3 are the winner of the Nürburgring 24-hour race in the hands of Kevin Estre, Matteo Cairoli and Michael Christensen. Can it win here today in the H&R 3-hour race? That is the question. But 7-minute 48.0. Do you think we could get a 7-minute 47, Simil? I think we might well do. 6 minutes and 54 seconds to go in this qualifying session, so the drivers have got to get a move on to get that lap time down if they can help it. So at the moment it's Mercedes from Porsche, from BMW, from Lamborghini. So all 4 manufacturers represented in the top 4. That's what we like to see, and that is what SP9 racing is all about. These machines, huge aerodynamic grip, around 500 horsepower depending on the machine. So big performance. They do have the benefit of anti-lock braking systems and traction control, which here at the Nürburgring, it's every corner's linked together. It's like one big long snake, and if you just get out of position in one corner, you can still be paying the price 6 or 7 corners later. So sometimes having a little bit of a safety net of traction control can be quite handy, but drivers at this level might well turn it down a little bit to give them full freedom over their machine. You think we could see a 747, Sumil? I'm in a slight technical issue with Sumil Arora at the moment. We will have him back in the very near future. So Nicholas Cry here for GT Tyre. This is a livery that we see a lot at the Nürburgring. Nicholas Cry driving this machine. He's the 2020 NLS SP8 champion and drove in the NLS this year in a BMW 330. And that's also the thing about the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. The sheer variety of machinery on show is extraordinary. Well over 10 classes in the real world championship. We've stuck to just 4 classes for the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series. We have the SP9, the GT3 spec cars, which are on screen at the moment. Cup 2, which is for the Porsche 911 Cup machine. The SP10, which is for GT4 cars, the Porsche Cayman and BMW M4. And the SP3T, which is for the Audi RS3 TCR touring car machine. Car on screen at the moment, the number 8 of Loic Hartog for Lego Technic Lamborghini. Of course, Lego Technic, a very proud partner of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and what a cool partner to have. I've a big part of my motor racing love started with Lego models. I had a Scalextric set, and I had Lego pits and Lego grandstands and everything like that. Nowadays, Lego, wow, you can, well, this very Lamborghini on screen, you can buy a Lego Technic model of it, which is incredibly accurate and good fun to build. Very relaxing, not just for kids. I tell you what, if you just need to zen out for an hour or two, nothing better than a Lego Technic model. I've actually got a Lego Technic model of a Corvette that I need to build, actually, so I must do that. Maybe that'll be an activity for after the race, I think.
I thought it takes a fair bit, maybe more. I've heard Bruce McLeod, one of our commentators that we've worked with, he actually took around an afternoon, a Sunday afternoon, to build his Porsche Lego Technic.
That's quite impressive. It's a long build. Of course, you can buy a Porsche RSR, can't you?
Yeah, exactly. That's the one. You've opened up a big door, isn't it? With the Nürburgring, we're talking about the Porsche RSR. Man, that would be quite something.
Yes, that would be. It's scary enough in an SP9 car, let alone a GTE machine. Well, we're into the final moments now of qualifying. It will not be long before we get started for the HNR 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, presented by Goodyear. And we very much thank Goodyear for their support. Goodyear provide tyres for championships all around the world, including the British Touring Car Championship, World Endurance Championship, European Le Mans Series, and even pure ETCR as well. So the unique demands of an electric vehicle. But of course, you can't talk about Goodyear without talking about the Goodyear blimp, which was first flown all the way back in 1917. And the Goodyear blimp also filmed the first Super Bowl back in 1965.
Man, they've been around for years now. That's synonymous with endurance racing, isn't it? Whenever you go to any big endurance race, there's always Goodyear. It's always them. A presence with the tires, and especially at the Nürburgring, you need good tires. If it can't survive for more than 5 or 6 laps, that's it. That's not possible before here at the Nürburgring, even digitally for that matter.
Absolutely, I think that's one of the things I love about the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and indeed the Nürburgring 24 Hours, is that it's an open tire formula. So we see lots of different brands competing, even just in the SP9 category as well. So very, very, very cool that that still exists, because it's very rare in motorsport. Most categories now, it's a single tyre formula, But in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, it's very much an open formula. We're watching Philip Ellis in the windward Mercedes. That grey and blue machine, it looks absolutely fantastic. And Phil Dennis, second on the grid, so at the moment on the front row. But can he improve? Can he pinch back this pole position? He did hold it for a brief time before Daniel Juncadella broke his heart. Let's see if Phil Dennis can get the pole position back again. I mean, for those who are more familiar with virtual motorsport, Phil Dennis is a name that doesn't need much introduction, Samil.
100%. Phil Dennis, BS competition driver, a man who's done so much in so many big series. He's a driver, rather. Big moments, for the big time, for moments like this, when you need that extra bit special. And I suppose this is that moment, right? And the gap, Peter, it's come down by so much. He's someone who's got it done in USF 2000. The F1600.
Yes, absolutely.
Well.
Phil Dennis, one of the drivers who dovetails commitments in real-world racing as well as in the virtual form, but he's coming clattering down the Duttinger Ho at the moment, opening up all of those 500 horsepower in that Porsche 911 GT3R, one of the highest revving engines, naturally aspirated boxer engine, and makes a very distinct sound that could only come from the back of a Porsche 911. Absolutely flat out through Antonius Bucher down towards the Tiergarten. Can Phil Dennis pinch pole position here to come into the final part of the lap? It's looking pretty good at the moment for the American driver. Flicks around back towards the Grand Prix circuit again, gasses it up towards the line. Is Phil Dennis going to pinch pole position? It's going to be mighty close. I don't think he's quite going to do it. No, not quite for Phil Dennis. He will stay second, but a fine effort indeed, within 8/10 of the pole position time. So Daniel Juncadella for Mercedes-AMG Team HRT will start on pole position. But can the 101 of Adam Christodoulou, can he do anything about it? We've seen the Mercedes be pretty quick so far. It's coming down the Dottinger Ho, opening up that 6.2 litre V8 in the front of that Mercedes. A thunderous, sonorous racket comes out of the front of that big Mercedes, a completely different machine to the Porsche. And Adam Christodoulou coming through absolutely flat out as usual, through Antonius Bucher, down towards the Tiergarten. Very, very fast. Oh, just taking a little bit of the curb there as well. And then you've got to try and get this big girl slowed down just in time for the run up towards the finish line. Don't think Adam Christodoulou is going to improve. Let's see if he can. 755.3. He stays in 11th position for the Mercedes. Now, time for the 111, the Mercedes-AMG M&J Performance. This is Marek Brockmann driving this car, the 25-year-old German who races for Schnitzelarm Racing. So you're always going to make sure of good catering in that team. But a three-time class winner of the Nürburgring 24-hour, class champion in the NLS in 2020. Let's see what he's got here in the 111 Mercedes-AMG, a shape that we're very much familiar with now. Been around for quite a while, but still a beautiful shape. And wouldn't be an AMG without a big thumping soundtrack as well. Let's see what Marek can do. Can he improve from 13th? I think no, not quite. Not quite. So just the last few cars to come around then, and we will be ready for the start of the H&R 3-hour race presented by Goodyear. We wait for the Kart Raceland Esports by OKCCS Lamborghini come around. and no improvement there as well. Now, Daniel Juncadella already on pole position. Not seeing any cars at the moment who can challenge him. I mean, what a lap that was. 7:48.0.
Seriously. And the fact that it came in an effort to beat Phil Dennis is quite something. There's always that pressure when you are not at number one, when you've got to challenge someone at the top. And carrying that pressure along for such a long lap, man, that is something that only the best of the best can do. And that was a lap deserving of pole.
Definitely was. And Daniel, the man from Barcelona in Spain. And very, very quick indeed in the HRT machine. Of course, the team owned by Hubert Haupt, who races also the team, one of the very few team owners who takes part in the top pro category. It's quite an unusual. Normally, team owner, you would see them race as an amateur driver, but Hubert, a very, very impressive driver. Used to race in Indy Lights, believe it or not. He raced against Greg Moore and James Weaver and guys like that. Used to race in the DTM as well. So very impressive driver as well.
And imagine, Peter, just having a bad day in the office as a driver for HRT, and you go back in, and you can't fake those racing driver excuses, right? Because your boss has been there, done it, I suppose, much better than you have as well. So you really don't have any room for error right there in that team.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, you can't be slower than the team owner. That's just a no-go. I remember speaking to Andy Lally, who raced with Dyson Racing, and the team owner Chris Dyson was actually faster through turn one than all of the pro drivers in the car, and they were all looking at each other thinking, "Whoa, we need to get our act together here." And I said, "Well, maybe it's because he owns the car; he can crash it." And they said, "Well, we thought that, but maybe that's the thing." But Daniel Juncadella will be the first pole sitter of this brand new series of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series presented by Goodyear. What a lap for the 43 Mercedes. And we'll be ready to take the grid in just a moment for 3 hours of racing on, I'm going to be biased, the greatest racing circuit in the world. There is nothing like the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Absolutely nothing.
No doubt about it. Even if we wouldn't quite be doing this particular series, it still would be. It doesn't need our seal of approval for it. It just is the best out there.
Yes, without a question. So here's your grid then. Juncadella on pole position with Phil Dennis in second, just under 0.3 of a second separating those two cars in SB9. Elias Seppinen will roll off from third with Moritz Lohner starting fourth in the first of the Lamborghinis. Marius Zug will start from fifth for Team BMW Bank, with the number 70 of Marcel Marchevitz for Manfilter Mercedes starting in sixth. Volkenhorst Motorsport, Will Traguther in the Alpecin Anti-Balding Shampoo BMW will start from seventh. Eighth is Philip Ellis in the Windward Mercedes. Dennis Olsen qualified in ninth in the Corsim Racing Porsche. We'll start there on the fifth row of the grid. Well, the cars will be gathering up on the Dottinger Hof for a very short pace lap, it must be said. And, well, it's not really a pace lap, it's a pace parade, and then it will be straight into racing. And, Samil, let's talk about, well, let's go through the grid quickly with all of our classes. Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT will start alongside Mala Racing Team. BS Competition Indoor Esports on row 2. Team BMW Bank and Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Landgraf will start sixth. Volkenhorst and Mercedes Windward will start on row 4. Row 5 will be the Corsim Racing Porsche, qualified by Norwegian Porsche factory driver Dennis Olsen, and is actually the second of the Porsches, actually. So a very impressive qualifying performance from Phil Dennis. Sim Racing Academy Black with their Porsche will start from 10th. Starting on the 6th row of the grid will be the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Heusenfeld car of Adam Christodoulou, with MRS Esports Porsche starting 12th. Mercedes-AMG M&J Performance will start 13th alongside the ERC Lamborghini by FSP TAV Rhineland. Phoenix Racing Lamborghini number 5 will start 15th with Artal Motorsport Reparix BMW starting on the outside of row 8 in the SP9 class, with Cartland Racing Esports and WS Racing Esports rounding out the qualifying results. 18 SP9 cars, all of which have a real-world driver taking part in the lineup, who must have an FIA International C license or have participated in 10 NLS or 1 Nürburgring 24-hour race. This is how they start in Cup 2. Coanda Simsport, number 208, will start on pole alongside the Sim Racing Academy, number 292. Asher Racing and Sim RC will make up your second row, with IES Sim Racing Schweiz starting from 5th. Phoenix Racing Porsche 205 will start from 6th, followed by Leipert Esports and German Simracing.de by Hetzner, number 246. They will start 8th in the Porsche Cup 2 class using the brand new 992 Cup machine. A very impressive car indeed. Watch for the speed of this machine down at the Dottinger Hoe. Starting on row 5 in the Cup 2 class is the WNSE Motorsport car, with Corsim Racing rounding out the top 10. .xee Esports, number 268, will start 11th, with Peter Bonk Performance in 12th. SAA Racing Team Dark Knight will start 13th, with WS Racing Esports, sponsored by GT Tire, starting in 14th. Artel Motorsport Reparix and Deutsche Payment Race Union round out your 8th row in the Cup 2 class. You're looking at the lap times of those Porsche 992 Cup cars. They're going to be very, very impressive to watch around this Nürburgring Nordschleife track. Next up is the SP10 class run to the FIA GT4 regulations. Team RSO number 397 will start on pole position, with Corsim Racing SP10 Porsche Cayman starting second. Race Fox number 331 will start on the inside of row 2, with Racing Fuel Simulators by RSO starting 4th. WNSE Motorsport Porsche will start from 5th, with Deutsche Payment Race Union starting 6th, and then it's the first of the BMWs, so it's a very much a Porsche lockout of the first 3 rows. Volkenhorst BMW will start from 7th, a name very much synonymous with racing at the Nordschleife, and Ringversiert Sim Racing will start 8th in the number 388 machine in the second of the BMW M4s. Then it's RN Vision STS Sim Racing, followed by Schütz Sim Racing. Row 6 is AMC Siegberg, and ERC, powered by FSP, will start 12th in their BMW. And finally, GeForce Experience Esports will start 13th in the last of the Porsches. The second last of the Porsches, with Cartland Race Esports starting 14th. And the final class is our SP3T for Audi touring cars. Corsim Racing on pole position by just 0.2 of a second from Team Heusing Welt, who won the digital Nürburgring 24-hour event a few months ago. Low Grip Racing will start 3rd, with Marshmallow Racing starting 4th. Nürburgring Esports team will start 5th, with Undici Scuderia starting 6th. ERC Heils Entrum Terra PI will start from 7th in their very brightly coloured machine, with Valkyrie Esport starting 8th in the number 477 Audi RS3 TCR LMS, to give it its full name. And the last few runners in the SP3T class, the SAE Racing Team Sharp Project and the Kart Harler Wittrick Esports Yellow round out the 10-car SP3T field. Samel, a field of extraordinary variety, but the one common factor is high skill.
High skill, and at the top you might see great professionals teamed up with some great sim racing drivers, and also that continues everywhere. It's not just because, and it's not just like in SP9 you've got real world drivers, and all the other categories the drivers are a bit lax. You've got proper champions from so many other series that we've seen in the endurance racing world, in GT4s, in the GT3s, in the Cup cars. Seriously, it's amazing to see the kind of names that we've got out right here. I mean, think of it, right? The likes of Corsim Racing, the likes of Coanda, the likes of German Sim Racing, Racefox, RSO, everyone. And in fact, Walkenhorst as well with the GT4 entry, then Heusinkveld. Amazing. This is just turning out to be such a great grip. And of course, we also have the home heroes, the Nürburgring esports team. And I wonder what they've got in store here today.
Yes, I did enjoy that during our advert break, looking at the Nürburgring esports bar. That's my kind of bar. It's really any bar is my kind of bar. But I mean, add esports into that, yeah, fantastic. Well, this in the outdoor world, this Nürburgring Nordschleife took over 12 million man hours across 2,000 people to build. Opened back in 1927, and the first winner of a car race here, Rudolf Caracciola. I'm sure he would be very much in approval of this event we're about to see. The SB9 GT3 cars are lined up behind the Porsche 911 pace car, ready to go. It will be Daniel Juncadella in the yellow and blue Hype Racing Team Mercedes to lead us away into round one of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series presented by Goodyear. This is the H&R 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. 45 seconds to go to the green flag. Samil, I'm going to put you right on the spot here. Who's going to win this one?
There's so many categories, right? There's 4 of them to predict from. I get a feeling that BS Competition are going to do something special here in SP9s. As for the Cup category, it's hard to look beyond Coanda, but expect something special from someone lower down the grid. Maybe keep an eye on Simasio there, or maybe even Phoenix Racing, because traditionally, them and the Nürburgring, it's a match made in heaven. As for the GT4s, RSO, I've watched them so much in so many other endurance racing leagues. It's always so tricky to look beyond them because they bring an element of professionalism that's unlike any other team that I've seen so far. There's them. And in DCRs, the traditional core versus Heusinkveld battle begins again, Peter. And I haven't seen that one for a while, so I can't wait to see how they go about with things. But what is quite clear here is the fact that it's going to be a long one, full of some lot of on-track battles. The focus more is on driving ability here and strategy, because all of that has been slightly nullified for the better in a way, I would say.
Well, the nerves are certainly jingling from here in the commentary box. I'm very much delighted to bring you here the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series Digital presented by Goodyear. This is round one, the 3-hour H&R race. We hope you're sitting comfortably. This is going to be a thriller. Daniel Juncadella will lead us into 3 hours of racing in the HRT Mercedes with Phil Dennis right beside in the number 91 Mala Porsche. You see there the 89 BMW of Elias Sepinen as well. The drivers in a very neat 2x2 formation. This is like high adrenaline Noah's Ark here, ready to go racing, climbing up the Tiergarten at what will feel like crawling speed. They will charge down to the perilously tight turn 1, and the race can be over in such a flash. You can't win it in the first corner, but my goodness me, you can certainly use it. So we're about to go racing for the first time this season. Daniel Juncadella waits to open up the muscle from Afterbach, the Mercedes AMG. Green, green, green! We are racing here at the Nordschleife.
Juncadella gets a dream start. At the background though, Phil Dennis is absolutely swamped by 2 cars as the BS Competition car flies the Pannen and they make contact at turn 1.
Oh, that is a really, really steady getaway there for Phil Dennis. He's been absolutely swamped off the line in the Porsche, but no such problem for Daniel Juncadella in the Mercedes. Makes the breakaway and already has a couple of car lengths gap from Elias Sepinen, who's made his way up from the second row as well. But more or less looks like all of the drivers have got through clean. I'm going to say that very slowly. Oh, not quite. Oh, very tight as they come round this tight right-hander. We're on the, of course, the NLS layout here at the Nordschleife, so not using the whole Grand Prix circuit. Now, the 992s head away. Zach Campbell will lead away for Coanda Simsport. But so far in SP9, Oh, it's a 3-hour race, but it's like it's the last lap in contact. Windward Mercedes and the Volkenhorst BMW. Oh, and both cars go firing off the circuit. That was a bit of a heavy-handed move there, Simil.
100% Peter, and you said it right before the race begun. You cannot win the race on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it. It's 3 hours. It's a long one, this, and suddenly their chances look that much dimmer. And I hope there's not damage, because seriously, that would ruin things big time.
Yeah, there could be significant damage there. So that was the 34 Volkenhorst BMW making contact there. That was Will Tragutha at the wheel of the 34 Volkenhorst car, making contact with the Windward Mercedes, driven by Phil Ellis. I'm sure we'll get a replay for you in due course. It's very, very busy at the start of a race here at the Nürburgring, where you have to get your elbows out, but that was maybe a little bit over the edge there. But nevertheless, the leading cars now head up towards Flugplatz through the Quiddelbacher Ho now. Very fast, very, very narrow. And then the almost flat-out right-hander of the Flugplatz as they head down towards Schwedenkreuz for the first time. So, Zach Campbell, the Porsche Esports Super Cup superstar, will lead away for Coanda Simsport, of course, formerly driver of the Ray Hall Linneman Lanigan team and Apex Racing team. Now for Coanda Simsport, green for the 992 Cup machines. And Zach Campbell looks to have got the getaway. Can he defend that position into turn one? He's leaving the door open. Here comes the Asher Racing machine as well. Oh, it's going to be very tight there as well, but Campbell just gets through clean and now can try and make his breakaway.
100%. I think the leader just gets it done every time right here. There's that inherent advantage of being in pole position, but Sim RC are going for a bit of a deal with IES in the middle as well. So there's lots of good stuff happening, but there's a slight spinner.
Now that was the number 248 car spinning there. That's the SAA Racing Team Dark Knight. Well, it's a dark start to the race, unfortunately, for that machine. But in general, the 992s get through clean with a getaway from Zach Campbell. But Martin Asher for Asher Racing giving very hot chase at the moment to Zach Campbell, right on his rear bumper now of this amazing new Porsche 992 Cup car. And I'm looking forward to see what lap times these machines can do in the heat of a race, because this is a big improvement on the old 991 spec car, which was not a slow car in the first place, Emil.
Yeah, it was not slow, but it was very, very hard to drive. And this one is as well. But more on that later, because we've got the GT4 starting out right now.
Yes, SP10 GT4's ready to go. Karstensen in the number 397 RSO Porsche, but they've broken ranks already. Green for the SP10 cars. 6 Porsches lead us away with the BMWs in hot pursuit. It's all been the Weissach brand in qualifying. Will it be the same in the race? You can see Maxim Ramstein there in the Cayman GT4. Oh, just getting into second position there, just ahead of the other RSO machine. That's the Racing Fuel Simulators car. And the BMWs, well, what can they do? Didn't have the pace in qualifying. You could maybe say, Simil, that they maybe don't have the rub of the green with the balance of performance this time.
Yeah, exactly. They seem to be slow starters right here. And let's wait and see if this evolves over the race. Because in qualifying, the BMWs, none of them evidently in the top 3 hell. None of them in the top 5 as well. So that's becoming a bit of a problem for them. But I want to see them mature throughout the race as it goes on. And that will be a fun factor to watch out for. But so far, not so good if you're BMW. At the top, it is still Team RSO. And my word, Peter, 3 out of 4 starts, 3 out of 4 times the pole sitter has got an immaculate getaway.
Well, let's see if we can make it 4 out of 4, because Corentin Guinness will be leading the SB3T class into the race for Corsim Racing. We know Corentin is a superb driver, and he will lead away with Marcel T, one of the winners of the Nürburgring 24-hour esports event. And we'll see what he can do. Here they are then, the field of all identical Audi RS3 LMS TCRs, and Corentin Guinness will lead away in the number 403 Corsim Racing machine. Marcel T quickly dips in behind Guinness as Guinness goes for the racing line into turn 1. leaving the door open. It's an opportunity to go for a bit of a dive bomb if you want to. Marcel T thinks about it in the Hoisingveld 404 car and just snips off into second position. But the slightly smaller field of Audi RS3 machines get through cleanly through the opening section. So, take a bit of a breath. We've got all our classes away, all 4 classes now into the race. Update at the front, the SP9 cars. Daniel Juncadella leads by just under 2 seconds from Dor Esports. Moritz Lohner has made a super start, Simil, in the Lambo.
100% he has. He actually jumped Phil Denez, and in a second, he thought that Elias Sepanen in the BS competition car would get the jump on board. But no, Dor from the outside line, Peter. That's where they got it done, at around the Mercedes Arena section. It seemed like they would be the slowest one of those 3 car packs between BS, Dor and Mahler, but eventually the racing line played out in their favor and they were able to lay down the power. And that's why Moritz Lohner currently in second in that Lamborghini, but 1.85 seconds, Peter. That's the gap to him and Daniel Juncadella. The hot pursuit begins right about now.
Yeah, very, very, very close indeed. At the front, Mercedes from Lamborghini, from BMW, from Porsche. Fantastic stuff. As they all fly down the Dottinger hole for the first time already. It's amazing to think that the SP9 class already near the end of their first lap. Now, what a start as well from Dennis Olsen, up to 7th position from 9th in the Core Sim Racing Porsche. And that, I think, Simil, that experience of what it's like in the chaos of an opening lap of a Nürburgring Langstrecken Series race, that's something that Dennis is very much used to. That's got to be playing a factor here.
100%. He's just nailed it on this first lap. And here we go. Move at the top seemingly. It was Elias Sepanen going for a move down the inside of Dor Esports. This time, BS Competition have the favourable outside line. But can they lay down the power, Peter?
Oh, well, Moritz Lohner, really fighting hard for this one. And this is, they nearly make contacts. Elias Sepanen nearly to the quarter panel of Lohner's Lamborghini, but Moritz Lohner shuts the door hard, and Phil Dennis is thinking, I'm going to keep very much a distance to this. It's, contact! Team, oh dear. So Elias Sepanen makes the contact with the rear of Phil Dennis, who in this race is racing for Mahler Porsche, but actually he's a contracted driver to BS Competition, the car that's just hit him.
Exactly, teammates, 100% like teammates in the other championships, and this is going to not end well because Mahler, I think Phil Denez was a bit excited, a bit eager to make that move on the outside, and eventually just disappeared. So maybe a bit of a look later on will just confirm. But what's going on here? Walking horse, isn't it? Just making contact, and that has to be the Artal Motorsport Rapper X car that they made contact with. This is tremendous in the GT3s.
Yeah, very, very close indeed in SP9. So Daniel Juncadella leads by 3.3 seconds. But you're absolutely correct. If you're thinking, what's SP9? I know what GT3 is, but what's SP9? SP9 is basically the Nürburgring class for it, folks. So run to FIA GT3 regulations. So these are the same cars you would see in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, in the GTD category, for example, or in, for example, the Fanatec World Challenge as well. Brilliant variety of GT racing, really exciting to watch as the number 70 Landgraf machine, driven by Marcel Marchewitz for Man Filter, and that is a car that really, you see a picture of that and you just think Nürburgring straight away.
100%. And it's a car with that livery that you'd like to have on your bedroom wall. It's one of those two that I actually had as my computer wallpaper, along with the Grello, for that matter, at the Nürburgring too. So instantly, as you rightly mentioned, Peter, the memories flash back. And amazing, right? You can get to see these cars on the sim as well. So if you're watching the Real World Series, if you're just joining on the sim, there's that instant connect that you get to see. And what's similar between the real life BLN and this one is how close the action gets right from the very beginning. Now, it's the Mercedes team hosting with Adam Christodoulou having to defend against the Sim Racing Academy black car. This is some battle already.
It is. That's Robin Strycek driving the number 25 Sim Racing Academy Porsche, if I'm not mistaken. Certainly, I'm just going to double check that because, yes, it is Robin Strycek. And Strycek is a name which is very familiar here at the Nürburgring. Volker Strycek, of course, driver of the legendary Foxtail Opel Manta as well, which is, of course, a car which we all... Now, I two things I'd like iRacing to scan. The Foxtail Manta and the Dacia Logan. Of course, they're two legendary cars in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. So Phil Dennis, I would think he'll be driving pretty angry right now because that was really hampered his progress in the Mala Porsche. He is now back in 6th position, having started on the front row. It's not gone to plan so far for Phil Dennis. A little bit of damage on the front of Adam Christodoulou's Weissenfeld Mercedes as well, so something's gone on there, Sunil.
I suppose they were having a bit of a fight with Sim Racing Academy Black at the start, and that is why we saw that damage. Because they weren't quite there in that Walkenhorst and Arthur crash that we saw on the opening lap as well. So clearly, something happening with Adam Christodoulou over there that's caused that damage. And the point is, there's just so many corners at the Nürburgring where you need that downforce, where you need that commitment. And even though this is iRacing, even though it's a virtual form of motorsport in a way, the damage is simulated. And so the loss of downforce is also a part of it. Speaking of which, I don't have a good feeling about this. They're getting awfully close in the GT4 speeder, which are actually the SP10 cars over here.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, this is getting very... Unfortunately, it almost seems like there's two kind of divisions. There's the BMWs and there's the Porsche. I think this balance of performance, I think, will be getting an adjustment, I would suspect, before race 2 because, well, in the BMWs at the moment, it's the Volkenhorst car. This is a car absolutely identical to what you would see in the real-world NLS. And, big move there from the RSO Porsche to go for the lead. And this is a proper knife fight here at the front. Normally, you would think the drivers would just settle into the rhythm, but nope. Not here in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. At the moment, I'll say it quickly before it changes, the 398 Racing Fuels Simulators car of Weibull leading from the 360 WSE Sport of Bessuch with Maxim Ramstein, the Porsche Super Cup star, in 3rd.
And there's a big change, Peter, because Racing Fuel Simulators car on this previous lap was in B number 4. And what's happened is their teammates in the RSO 397 car, the Nils Gartensen car, that one was leading. So something has changed big time. I suppose there was a major battle going on throughout the last lap that we couldn't quite focus much on because the order has been completely jumped up. The core sim racing of Maxim Ramstein, they were 2nd. They dropped back down to 3rd. And the Racing Fuel Simulators car, how have they gone from 4th to 1st in one lap? Must have been lap of the gods in a way.
Yes, it looked like it. Looks like it indeed. Very impressive opening lap. Now, good to see that, of course, we saw early on in the race the 34 Volkenhorst BMW of Will Trigurtha making having contact with the Windward Mercedes of Phil Ellis, and both cars are running. Trigurtha for Volkenhorst running in 17th in SP9 and Ellis running in 19th. Respective gaps, Trigurtha about 23 seconds from the leader and Ellis about 31 seconds for the leader. So they will be hoping to get to the first pit stop and hopefully get some repairs. Now, let's talk about repairs, Sunil, because the drivers or the teams are permitted 2 fast repairs during the race. However, it is not for free, is it? You've a 60-second stop and hold penalty if you take a fast repair. So if you can avoid it, you should.
It's no longer a fast repair then, is it?
No,
it becomes more of a slow repair.
Slightly slow repair. Yeah. Faster, but not really fast repair.
Exactly. No, it's only fair, right? I think it would completely change the dynamic if the fast repairs were totally free. And it makes sense. You've got to pay a penalty for having damage, just like the real world, right? This is supposed to be a simulation of what you see in the real-life NLS and the real-life VLN series. So it only makes sense that you've got to pay your price for the damages. If anything, it's a bit cheaper than what you would get in real life, isn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly cheaper. I mean, yes, if you're running a Ferrari 488, for example, that car costs about €40 a kilometre, and 25 kilometre track, that's €1,000 a lap. So yes, it's pretty pricey to go racing. So this does give a much more accessible platform, that's for sure. As the SB9 field come around to complete their second lap, there's Will Trugurtha in the Alpecin Vulcanhorse BMW, but Daniel Juncadella at the front. What a performance so far from the Spaniard in the HRT Mercedes. And this is really, really impressive to watch. Phil Dennis, it's not been an easy start to the race, although he has got past, well, from between Antonius Bucca and the start of the Grand Prix track, he's passed not one but two cars. So Phil Dennis really on the move in the Mala Porsche. But it's interesting, you often see the Porsche being very good at the end of the Dottingerhoe if you get into the draft. The only problem is when you're coming out of Galgenkopf and the very fast right-hander before the Dottingerhoe, you get a lot of aero wash from the car in front. I had the great privilege of chatting to this year's Nürburgring 24-hour winner, Kevin Estre, and he says, everyone says you can always just sit behind somebody and draft on the Dottingerhoe. He says, not so. He says you really have to take a lot of risk coming out of Galgenkopf to get the run to make it possible. And I asked him, I said, why is the Porsche so good when you get into that last stage of the slipstream? He says, well, we're not really sure, but we try to balance the setup to be able to get that benefit, but also because the Porsche is a normally aspirated, very high revving engine, it makes its power very much higher in the rev range than the turbocharged cars do. So that's where the Porsche just gets that tiny edge in the draft here at the Dottingerhoe.
Tremendous stuff, really. And as you mentioned about the aero wash, it's about how much risk you also want to take at a particular corner. Because at the Galgenkopf, of course, just like every other corner right here, there is no runoff, right? If you get that aero wash, if you get that slight understeer, if you disrespect the Galgenkopf even slightly, it just sucks you in. And the worst part is, okay, you might be just having a slight bit of damage, maybe cosmetic in nature, like what the Personal Mercedes has got right now. But the fact is, you lose so much of time on the Dottingerhoe. It's such a long straight. And that's the problem right here. All of a sudden, you might be, 30 odd seconds down just because your car has lost that momentum and lost that draft. And suddenly that's lost time that you can barely ever make up, plus the damage time in the pit lane as well. So it's really a double whammy just for one corner, Peter. Just for one corner.
Speaking of slipstream, you can see Martin Ascher here trying to make his way by into second position in the Cup 2 class. Meanwhile, Zach Campbell just slightly breaking away at the front of the field. This will be the second lap for the Cup 2 class in this extraordinary Porsche 992 Cup machine, which is now starting to make its kind of racing debuts all around the world this year. It's been a very successful year for the car. Looking at the lap times, we'll be getting, we've an 8:02.916 for Zach Campbell.
That is fast.
That's very fast. To give an impression, Daniel Juncadella, our race leader, is only 10 seconds quicker than that in an SP9
and this is
car.
In an SP9 car. This car is not supposed to have any sort of aero aids as well. So that's why it doesn't have any sort of aero aids. So there's no, and apart from the aero aids as well, no driver aids as well. So no traction control, no ABS, no gimmicks of that sort. You are the traction control in the Porsche. And still, Peter, only 10 seconds slower. And by the way, it doesn't have as many aero winglets as an SP9 car does as well. So that is just a remarkable amount of performance that the Porsche car just extracts from itself. And yeah, some people are saying it's slightly worse than the old one because it's not that same driver's car anymore. Well, I don't think so. It's still just as it's not as daunting. It's still pretty daunting to me if you don't just correct it properly.
Well, I was a few weeks ago. I was speaking to Lauren Heinrich, who we will see later on in the car just at the back of shot there, the 89 BS competition BMW, and of course Lauren Heinrich races in the real world Porsche Super Cup, and I said, well, how is the new car compared to the simulator? And he says it's so much closer to the real thing than the old car. He says it's so realistic, and I think that's a big endorsement. I always think if you can speak to someone who races in the real world, who has real experience of the real car, they can give you a proper impression. As we go back to, is this Talladega? No, it's the Dottingerhoe. It is Maxim Ramstein going into the lead in the course and racing Porsche. This is absolutely superb. proper Daytona Talladega drafting stuff going on here with the RSO car there. The Racing Fuel Simulators 398 machine slots into second with the WNSE Motorsport car into third. And then we look all the way back to the BMWs having very much their own race. Now, if you're thinking, oh, that's, why is the BMW slower? Well, looking at the balance of performance or lack of balance, the Porsche is running at 98% of its power and has 78% fuel capacity. The BMW is only running at 97% of its power and 75% of its fuel capacity. But not only that, Simil, it's got a 10 kilogram weight penalty. I have to say that's going to need adjusted, I would say, for next time.
No, 100%. And that's the fun part. By the way, more on that in a second, because this battle is getting a bit crazy. Ring Fizzard Racing on the inside line, and they hold it together and finally fend off RN Vision. So that battle has calmed down just a little bit, Peter. But you're right about that. It just has to change. The BMWs don't quite seem very competitive today, and that's a real shame, because that's the fun of GT4s, right? It can be a multi-car class where you want to see different design philosophies and approaches go head-to-head against each other, and the organizers will be having a look at that. So next round surely won't be this two-car field, two-split field, but in a way, we've now got 5 categories to cover then in that case, haven't we?
Indeed, yes. It does give us effectively there is a BMW Cup in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series as well, but with the 2 series, and we'll have to treat it as such, because yes, there's 2 very different motor races going on here in SP10. At the front of the field, Daniel Juncadella has extended his advantage to just coming up for 4 seconds from the Door Esports Lamborghini. And a lot of that, Simil, has got to do with the fact is Moritz Lohner in that Door Esports Lamborghini, he's had the attention of Elias Seppänen for pretty much since the start of the race, and the battling between those 2 cars has allowed Juncadella a great opportunity to get out there and build a bit of a gap. He's just set another very last lap, very quick lap, 7:52.581. He's just about to come round and complete his 3rd lap, is Daniel Juncadella. And yes, the gap back to 4th position. Phil Dennis, about 6 seconds back from that 2nd place battle.
And that's becoming a big problem, right, for them. There's 3 seconds worth of difference. I think around 2.5, 3 seconds worth of difference between Danny Juncadella and Moritz Lohner. But that's come down suddenly in this last half sector to 1.5. Because I suppose now, Peter, they've realized that they've got to focus on doing things better. Focusing more on working together, Moritz Lohner and Elias Seppänen. So suddenly, in just this last half lap, they've closed down 1 second on Dan Juncadella, which is what they need to do at this stage. They cannot afford to fight with each other, because yes, you might be saying it's 2.5 hours still left in this race. Once someone like Danny Juncadella goes away, he goes away. He's not coming back, even if you just put in a monster stint. So it's good to see now Moritz Lohner and Elias Seppänen quickly close down the gap and make sure that Juncadella just can't get past. In fact, in the last lap, Juncadella lost 2 seconds. So I'm not sure if it was the best lap in the world. In fact, that's 3 seconds slower than his previous lap.
And all of that was in the last part of the lap. I think Daniel Juncadella has either made a mistake coming out of Galgenkopf or into the Tiergarten. Definitely. So yes, it's game on at the front of SP9. So exactly as you said, Simil, Moritz Lohner in 2nd in the Lamborghini and Elias Seppänen in the BMW. They've clearly calmed down and got their heads down and almost worked together in a strange way, and have now got the gap down and can now capitalise on Juncadella's error, because the gap did drop very quickly. So it's obviously quite an instant approach. I know what it'll be. Traffic.
Traffic.
Here we go. Yes. So this is now real Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series racing, because you're constantly dealing with traffic. Now, we don't quite have the same 140 or 150 cars. The iRacing simulator, it's good, but it can't quite stretch to that. But the traffic will be a factor here, and that is. I do apologise to Daniel Juncadella. Very likely that would have been a little bit of traffic issue there for the Spanish driver, and that is something that, of course, Lohner and Seppänen will have to deal with too.
Exactly, but it's about where you get it. If Daniel Cadella got it at the Dottinger-Ho, lost that much time, I think it's going to be even more for the likes of Moritz Lohner and Lars Sepanen. So far, they've cleared them off quite well, but that gap, Peter, it's worked in the favor of Lohner and Sepanen. They've cleared off this TCR class. Of course, we've got the other SP10 cars and the Cup cars coming in the way as well. But this has played in their favor. And this juggling game, in a way, is going to go on for the entire race, where sometimes it is Daniel Cadella and the HRT team that get the benefit from it. Sometimes it's going to be the others who get the benefit from it. And that is going to be such a plus point. In a way, I'm not sure if Daniel Cadella got the traffic at the Dottinger. Maybe it was just near the client's carousel, because that is where you could be losing time. And that's where they have lost out a majority of time. I don't think you can lose 2 seconds at the Dottinger, especially with the SP9 cars being a lot faster in the straights.
Yeah, the only thing it could be maybe going into Tiergarten, which of course is very narrow.
Could be, yeah. Exactly.
And it maybe just got stuck behind a string of TCR cars. But this will come back and forth all race long. Well, we're nearly half an hour into this H&R 3-hour race here for the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, presented by Goodyear. As we see another drafting battle in the Cup 2 class. These 500 horsepower Porsches. That is just, you've got to be bravery. You've got to be bravery personified going there into Tiergarten. We do have a bravery corner here at the Nürburgring.
Yep.
Moot curve. And I'm reliably informed that moot means bravery. Or brave.
Bravery, yeah.
And it's very rightfully named, that corner as well. It's even scarier than Tiergarten, actually. It's sort of one of these corners you tip in and say please every time you go through.
No, exactly. And Moot Curve, it's crazy. It's such a fast kink. You sort of disrespect it a lot in the simulator, right? If you're driving in the Nürburgring in the sim, there's a lot of liberties you can take, because you know there's a good chance that you might not come across injured. And when you crash there for the first time, that's when you realize, oh my God, this is a tricky corner. Far trickier than it actually appears on the track map or even on a slow lap. Moot Curve is just one of those. And that place, if you encounter traffic, I don't know if you can say it, but maybe a double Moot Curve or something like that. It's a bad place to come across any other car, be it a slower one or someone of a similar class. Crazy, and even Tiergarten for that matter. I suppose if there's one corner where you can lose that much, it has to be that, and that's why Cadella has just slightly made the gap up just a little bit by 2 or 3 tenths of a second. It was just the traffic, I suppose, nothing wrong in terms of the driving normally.
Now, an update on, of course, we saw the 57 Winwood Mercedes and 34 Vulcanhorse car, the BMW, coming together on lap 1. Philip Ellis in the Mercedes brought that car in just about half an hour into the race, came into pit lane and back out again. Now, is Philip Ellis still at the wheel of that car? I would suspect he will be. Yes, he is. So I think maybe coming in to do pit service. Now, the thing is as well, Samil, is if you take that fast repair, you have to do a stop and hold in the pit lane. The other thing is you cannot do that when you are doing another pit stop. So it's got your fast repair and your subsequent penalty has to be done independently from other pit work. So it's not just the stop and hold time, it's the pit transit time as well.
Yeah, exactly. Essentially becomes a different drive-through penalty on its own, where you just drive past another time and then stop for even longer. That's the point, right? It's a clear message from the organizers. Keep it clean. You just have to keep it clean, regardless of whether it is your fault or not in that accident. And it's a big price to pay. And also in terms of incident limits as well, Peter, only 30. 30 for 3 laps just really keeps you on the edge. When I drive at the Nürburgring, again, clear reason why I'm in the commentary box and not on the track, I end up accumulating 30 in 5-odd laps. To have 30 for 3 hours is quite something, and that's why I suppose the drivers have calmed down a little bit. They know that the incident limits are tight. They know that the damage penalties are quite high as well. Might as well focus on that later. Now, it's about building something, constructing your race, and that's what we're getting to see right now in each class.
Yes, and of course, don't forget that if in the this is a fascinating dynamic that we have, because in this opening stint we have the real life drivers who must serve a minimum of 60 minutes of driving time. Very, very important that. So if they do not complete that 60 minutes driving time, the car will not be classified. But we do see quite a lot more, shall we say, variation in time between the top real-world drivers and the bottom. When we get into the, shall we say, the virtual racing professionals, the differences in time is a lot closer, isn't it, Samil? So you've got, this is where, you know, this part of the race is more about survival than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why it helps to have, say, someone like Adam Christodoulou, who's done a fair bit of sim racing as well, right? Because as you rightly mentioned with Don Heydrich, with the new 992 Cup car, he said that it's a lot closer, but it's never going to be the same. And there are so many drivers that have actually not quite had the same degree of sim racing experience. One I can think of is Jacob Kernbrach for Phoenix Racing. And by the way, there's a bit of a fight in the background. More on that in a second. The Porsche finally edges it out at Tiergarten. My word, Peter. This is the beauty of this final section. Whenever a fight continues down to the end of Dottinger, you know it's going to be a thriller. And now, ERC powered by FSP, they've got a big fight on their hands. MRS are just slightly leading, but they've got a challenger behind as well.
Now, I'm getting up on my timing screen here that Elias Seppänen has been into pit lane. That's early.
Very early.
What has happened to the 89 of Elias Seppänen, the BS competition last year's champions as well? Ooh, that's definitely not on schedule. But have they got something up their sleeve, do you think?
I am not sure about this, you see, because eventually they will have to compensate for this half stop somewhere else later on in the race. And pit stops, clearly, I mean, it's just like basic logic, isn't it? Pit stops lose you time. So I don't think it's something on track, something scheduled. But again, they could be outwitting us right here. That is going to be even more fun. So allow me to just dive into this and try to figure out what exactly is going on right here with them.
So, on 100% fuel tank, the SP9 cars can do 7 laps easily, 8 laps at a push in terms with quite a lot of fuel saving required. They're running at about 85%, so you would think that 5, maybe 6 laps are possible. They're only on lap 4 at the moment. Definitely something afoot there. I wonder if they're maybe back timing to the end of the race, possibly. And they're trying to, they know that they can't, it's not going to be fully equal full stint, so they're maybe doing their short stint now, and maybe want to get out of traffic, possibly. I don't know.
Could be. I suppose it would be something quite similar to that, and maybe backtracking to the race could be a good idea. But traffic wasn't quite a major issue in SP9 as far as we could tell in that stint. It just happened for a second with TCRs and maybe preventive action, because so far we've not quite seen the SP9 cars or even the Cup cars come towards the SP10 so far, which would of course be your major threat if you're trying to evade the traffic. So that is genuinely something intriguing. And let's see what sort of lap times Elias Seppänen will do. Of course, it's a long lap, so we'll get to see that later. But now there's a bit of a battle in the Cup category. 3 wide, Peter.
Oh my, oh my, here we go. To go through Antonius Bucher towards Tiergarten. This is where you've got to be so brave and so trusting in the other drivers, and they all make it through. Oh, you always have to hold your breath there every time as you go into Tiergarten. You're going from absolutely maximum velocity at full revs in top gear down to probably third gear in these Porsche 992 Cup machines. Oh, wow. And then you get a very fast run down towards turn 1, which is a downhill braking zone from top gear probably to bottom gear in these machines, and they're all moving around on the brakes as well. That's asking for trouble. And somehow they get through cleanly.
I don't even know how. I honestly don't even know how. That was some tremendous driving by Lippert, Osterkamp, and Amos. And now Semarcy sending one down the inside. That is interesting. And that's what happens. You bully your way past. If not at Tiergarten, maybe at the arena section, That's why it's so wonderful to actually have the Grand Prix layout, right? You get to see these opportunities, but IES, man, they won't let it go so easily. Ooh, my word, this was nice. This was actually very nice.
The plot thickens with Elias Seppänen, Semil, because he was only in the pit lane for 22.4 seconds, and he did not stop. So has he been... I think I know. Now, I'm going to put 2 and 2 together. Let's hope I get 4. I wonder if it's a drive-through penalty from race control, which I do apologise, viewers. We do not have that information for sure, but I'm going to guess that was for the incident with Phil Dennis.
There's a very good chance. There's a very good chance about that. Oh, man, it's been so long ago. It's been so long ago. That's the crazy part. Yeah, could very well be the case. We actually saw it at the loop at the Grand Prix layout. That's where it initially happened. And Dennis was on the outside line. I suppose there's a very good chance about that because Seppänen was, of course, on the inside, squeezed up the room. So the stewards might have said, yes, that is why. Yep, that is that DTP. And suddenly, BS Competition's chances look a lot slimmer. And the fun part is, Peter, it's not like a 12-round series, isn't it? It's just 4 rounds. If you get it wrong here, boom. All of a sudden, that's 1/4 of a season gone for a toss. My word, BS Competition have a big job to do.
Yeah, they do. They really do. But if anyone can, Elias Seppänen can. Now, the driver on the top left of your screen, that's Marcel Varchevitz. For Team, I love his simulator. For Team Schnitzlam Racing, one of the most well-known teams in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. Marcel, 25-year-old from Schwetzingen. Very, very cool. He's racing for Mercedes Team Landgraf. But there's lots of cool sponsors to have in motorsport. But to be sponsored by a schnitzel company, that's the dream.
Seriously, schnitzel, maybe I would say shampoos as well. I think I really love what that livery was like in the Walkenhorse car. And actually, the Neil Langtor shampoo car would look far, far worse, but this is tremendous. Same can be said about RSO's move on the racing field. RSO's move, on RaceFox, by the way.
Yes, and look at Mackwell. We can't see him because he's escaping at the front, 2.5 seconds ahead. Just up there he is at the top of shot, the white and orange Porsche. Maxim Ramstein is breaking away at the front, so the Rapid Dutchman making a break at the front of SP10. Meanwhile, his rivals continue to swap places as well, and this is just going to cost all of these cars time as Ramstein begins to streak ahead at the front of SP10. There he is at the front of shot. But it's the 398 of Webel leading the battle for second position from the RaceFox car of Gabler and the 397 RSO car of Carstensen. Now,
and I love how this has evolved, Peter, because now, I'm sorry, just a second. Ramstein there, he's just edged his way out, just by marginal driving. His lap times aren't that much better than everyone else. But the fact that he's been able to do it consistently over the last 40 minutes, that's why he's up there. Nothing too special, nothing too fancy.
No, absolutely. We've got confirmation that, yes, the number 89, Elias Seppänen, sent for a drive-through penalty. So BS Competition, the defending champions, not an ideal start to their day. So Elias Seppänen now down in 7th place and 32 seconds off the lead of the race at the moment. So not a good start for BS Competition. And they slot in behind, they're quite far behind the 6th place car of Dennis Olsen Jr. It's about 20 seconds gap between them at the moment. In fact, 2 seconds, Elias Seppänen behind Dennis Olsen Jr., who is 20 seconds from the lead. So all is not done just yet for BS Competition. And with the pace that they've got, Semil, that's achievable.
That's achievable, yeah, but that's a lot of time to catch up on, quite clearly. And when the others aren't quite making any errors, that becomes extremely hard. Now remember, apart from this drive-through penalty as well, BS Competition will have to come in for their other scheduled stop as well. So that's, again, a lot of time that they will be losing, but everyone has to do that. So essentially, it's all down to how much better can you do things driving-wise, because strategy-wise, Peter, things have been nullified. You can't quite do the save a lot of fuel and eventually cut out a pit stop strategy right here. So something really special driving-wise, maybe some sort of cowabunga mode has to get activated, or maybe zebra mode in the BS competition to see that gap being cut down. Because as it stands, Juncadella is making no errors, neither is Lona, neither is Dinesh, or neither is anyone behind them.
Cowabunga mode, I like that. Very, very cool indeed. Well, you're watching the H&R 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. We'll be back in just a moment after a message from our very loyal partners. Don't go anywhere.
Zusammen Giga Green. Hol dir den nachhaltigen Gigabit-Anschluss von Vodafone. Highspeed-Internet mit der Power aus erneuerbaren Energien. Together we can.
Welcome back to the H&R 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. My name is Peter Mackay and delighted to be bringing you all of the action of this opening round of the championship alongside my esteemed colleague Simil Arora. And we rejoin the action with a pretty heavy SP9 battle going on, which, well, we've become a bit used to this by now, Simil.
Honestly, we have. What train and what a place to have a train as well, right? Right before the carousel. And here we are seeing them just camber past. And look at it. How amazing is it to see the Team BMW bank car actually gain at the carousel. And now they could be attacking MRS Esports right on the back of it. amazing how you see the momentum change at the Nürburgring, right? You see teams get faster, you see them where exactly they lose the time. And so far, time is not something that Dan Juncadella has lost. In fact, when we saw him last time off, we saw a gap from 1.7 seconds to the dirty sports car of Moritz Lohner. He's built that up to around 2.3 seconds in the matter of the last 10 odd minutes. Juncadella and Team HRT, my word, strong as ever.
Yeah, quite impressive. And the lap times last time by from the top three, get a load of this. In traffic, don't forget, 7 minute 51.7 for Juncadella, 7:51.9 for Lohner in second in the Lamborghini. In third, Phil Tenez in the Mala Porsche, 7:51.1. But let's get a replay presented by Goodyear. Oh, that's so unlucky. Oh, an SP10 car broadside across the road. Now that was Marcel Marchevitz. That's gutting. And I think that took the BMW bank car with it as well, Marius Zug.
Yeah. I was wondering what exactly happened to the number 7 car, because they looked in that really bad condition, Team Landgraf. So why are they in the pit lane? That's why. Unavoidable. The perils of multi-class racing at the Nürburgring, but meanwhile the BMW bank team at the Kleines Carousel making contact, Peter. How did he make contact there and come out alive?
I don't know, to be honest, because that is so fast. But here comes Marius Zug in the 59 BMW M4, Philip Ellis in the AMG. So it's BMW M versus AMG, two powerhouses of German motorsport and automotive performance, as they're absolutely flat out down the Dottinger hose. The Porsche just in the background there as well. That is now I can see which Porsche that is in that battle. Oh, it's battling with Tragutha that's the MRS Esports car. Got it in the end with the Volkenhorst Alpecin BMW of Will Tragutha in the back. So these are some of the cars that have been in the war, shall we say, Sunil. But I wonder if we'll see them come into pit lane now, because we're nearly in time for the pit stops and they all come down pit road.
Yep, there we are at last. That was about to happen as well. So perfectly on time for everyone. But my word, it got crazy for BMW team back. That might have been the most frantic lap of the Nürburgring they could have imagined, which started out with, again, a crazy accident with the GT4 car that just did the right thing, being at the stable point, just staying where they were. Had they moved, things would have been even worse for them, because the barriers would be waiting. But now, Race Fox versus RS4. Now, isn't this something that we all love to watch, right? Because Race Fox is RS4. We've seen this battle happen in other championships across disciplines on iRacing, and both of them are known for their proficiency in smart style of racing. Race Fox getting closer, and like a sly fox, Peter, they are just hunting them down in the woods.
Okay, so the SP9 cars now going through their pit sequence as we watch this. It's all going on here in the SP10 class as well, as they come down to Schwedenkreuz, absolutely flat out. And then hard on the brakes for Arenberg, the slightly cambered right-hander, and then down the Fuchsrohe, and absolutely nothing to separate these two drivers at the moment. But SP9, Daniel Juncadella, has come out in the lead, and in fact he's extended his lead quite significantly in the pit stops. Fascinatingly, Daniel Juncadella, our race leader for Mercedes, was in the pit box for 8 seconds less than Moritz Lohner, and 7 seconds less than the Mala Racing Team Porsche. That is... So, Samil, there's one of two things that's happened there. Either Daniel Juncadella has got the fluffiest slippers in the world to save that amount of fuel and drive at that speed, or HRT Mercedes have some sort of strategical play in mind where they're going to take a longer stop later on.
I suppose, Peter, there's a chance that they might have taken only 2 tyres, because that's what usually gets you around 50-odd seconds on a pit stop. So that is what could have happened. And that is interesting, because there are some teams that have taken have taken even smaller stop than them for that matter. Let's say Mercedes AMG Esports team Winwood, that have gone 3 seconds faster than them as well in their stop. So I get a feeling it's 2 tyres for them. And they're not the only ones to do that. there's a chance that Mercedes team Hörsinger have also done something similar. And Sim Racing Academy Black, they've stopped for only 15. So that's even more crazy in a way.
Something is going on. I wonder if, particularly the Team Heusenfeld Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou, who stayed on board the car. We have had some driver changes. We'll go through them in a moment. But Adam Christodoulou stayed on board the car and has decided to go. I think he's taken just fuel only, whereas other drivers taking tyres, sometimes 2, sometimes 4. Strategical game of chess in SP9. So let's go through the driver changes. The Mala Racing team have made a driver change. So Phil Dennis has jumped out of the Mala Porsche and has handed over to Ryan Barneveld, a very impressive driver indeed. Now, do we have any other? Oskari Rinner is taken over from Dennis Olsen in the Corsim Racing Porsche, and Sami Matti Trogan, real-world racer here at the Nürburgring as well, is taken over from Will Trigurtha. Also in the Lego Technic Esports Lamborghini, Charlie Collins is taken over too. So a few changes in SB9s, you know.
Yeah, there are quite a fair few. Interestingly, Sami Matti Trogan went for this particular thing. As you mentioned, great experience at the Nürburgring. Won here in the M2 class last year in the NLS in real life. And again, a BMW Pro Sim driver. So that's quite something. He's got experience in ALMS as well. So literally brings so much on the table. And this Sim, Peter, it's all about those contrasting strategies. I wonder how this will play out. How can you work it out with 2 tires? How much fuel saving can you do across here for this entire thing? It's just opened up the entire door, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And also one driver I didn't mention was Marcel Marchevitz, who's jumped out of the number 70 Mercedes. That's the Team Landgraf car, and has handed over to Daniel Morad, another real-world driver, former Rolex 24-hour winner for... the team name has just escaped me. It was a Porsche. I seem to remember it. Oh, I've forgotten. Never mind. Anyway, former Rolex 24-hour winner, Daniel Morad. And, of course, now, if I'm not mistaken, Simil, Daniel is a sim driver for Mercedes.
That's right. You read my mind. Yes, that's the fun point. I was doing some research and I thought, no, sim driver, Daniel Morad. That's unfair. When you've got a driver like Daniel Morad in the sim side of your car, that is just ridiculous. He's so quick, but he qualifies here as a sim driver, which makes it even more special. And he's one of those real special hybrid drivers of the modern day and modern time, isn't it? Where you can actually have so much success in the real world and just plug it in and put it in the sim as well. He's won the Daytona 24. It's the Allegra Motorsport Porsche. In the
Allegra.
Yeah. And he actually races for Satellite Racing on our racing. That's where he gets his sim credentials for. And it's amazing. What a lineup they've got there. Dan Morad on one side, Marcel Marchewitz on the other. Team Landgraf looks stacked, but the luck isn't just flowing on their side. That's a sad part.
No, I think they've just got to make the most of their day now. There was nothing that Marcel Marchewitz can do when there's a car literally broadside across the circuit. On a circuit as narrow as here at the Nürburgring, there's very little you can do. You just have to try and minimise the damage, and that's exactly what Marcel Marchewitz did. They're still in the race. I wonder if they took their fast repair. We won't know that until later on, but they might well have needed to. But we'll see. But I'll get an update on the Cup 2 class at the moment. Quanda Simsport still lead. That is Zach Campbell driving beautifully at the front of the field. The man from Atlanta, Georgia, the number 208. Very, very impressive young man. Very quick. Martin Asher is in second at the moment, just about 9 seconds back from Campbell. And third is the German sim racing car by Hetzner of Lippert, rounding out the top 3 in Cup 2. In the SP10 class for the GT4 cars, it is at the moment, I think those cars, yes, they are. The SP10s are now in the middle of their pit stop cycle. So, who will come to the fore here? I can see some driver changes littering my screen. And Pascal Stix has got on board the Corsim racing car, taking over from Maxim Ramstein. He's pretty quick.
Pascal Sticks and Max Amstein, together they have had an amazing run. I remember in the Sports Car Open Championship that we had just a couple of months ago. Of course, both racing for Corsim Racing, different cars if I'm not mistaken for that series, but both impeccable. Sticks eventually, his raw pace was just combined with this sense of calmness whenever he was going side by side with anyone. And that's the fun part. There were so many instances where Sticks had to go 3 wide. There's this amazing battle on at Monza with Sim RC that's actually got so many hits on the internet as well. And Sticks was just calm as a cucumber in there. Got so many wins eventually. Co-World champions. That guy can do a lot of good stuff in a GT4 car. And that's why in the FP10s, they have to be someone to consider for the long run. This is clearly a very well-oiled winning machine in many other series.
So in the top left of your screen, an example of what the drivers are doing. Daniel Morad here running on board at the moment. And you can see he's actually got 3 screens there, one in the middle and one at either side. And what that does, folks, is that gives you a really good peripheral vision. Probably actually even better peripheral vision than you would have in a real race car because you've not got the helmet to worry about or hands device, anything like that. But Daniel Morad sitting at home in his sim racing lounge. And actually, from time to time, Daniel does a thing called Moradness Mondays where you can, if you follow Daniel on social media, he'll share details of he hosts a race and you can go and race with him and his buddies on the iRacing service and go and take part. It's really good fun. And yeah, you get to race with a real-world racing driver. Also, another one that's well worth checking out is Team Hardpoint. Happy Hour with Team Hardpoint on a Wednesday evening. Chris Walsh and the gang, they do a kind of roll-up race where they race different cars in different tracks every week. It's really fun, really good racing, and you never know who you might come across in the session. And Simil, that is sim racing kind of in a nutshell, isn't it? It's accessibility to cars, drivers, racing. It gets you so much closer to the sport than you otherwise might be.
That's the best part. I mean, who would have thought, right? Racing with Daniel Morad, someone who won the Rolex 24 as well. It never would appear in your wildest dreams, but that's all possible. The accessibility of the sim. And I wonder what those races are like, because I've seen and I've commentated on a few community races like this one. And the fun fact is, even though you might be done slower than them, even though you might be, say, P17 with their P number 1, fact is eventually they speak to you. They have a word before the race, after the race, maybe try and discuss things, discuss life as well. And eventually you can not just get better as a driver, but also make some really fun connections in the real world as well. And how cool is that, right? That's the best part. And imagine 20 years ago, it would take so much, and the mystique of Nürburgring that could be dampened by the fact that not everyone can drive on a sim, but now literally everyone can. And that just makes the legend of the circuit even better, that you can actually go out and experience for yourself, and maybe if you're good enough, compete in these races as well.
Yeah, it's that's the opportunity that is there. This in virtual motorsport, you cannot buy your way into anything really. You'll see varying degrees of equipment for different drivers, and it's the fanciest equipment does not guarantee you anything in the virtual world. Now, car going slow there. The Cup 2 cars, Deutsche Payment by Race Union and Arto Motorsport going flying past a car going very, very slowly indeed. They're just coming up through Schwalbenschwanz in the Kleine Carousel. Now, while these two Cup 2 machines battle it out, you can see just at the back of shot there's Daniel Morad in the SP9 car, so he'll get a real double bubble draft here actually as well from the Cup 2 cars. But watch this, the Cup 2 cars have so much speed in a straight line that this is actually going to require a pretty big draft here from Daniel Morad. He's right up to the last moment, he pulls out, but does he have enough of a grunt to get by? Just about and no more. Oh, it just shows you that where the Cup 2 cars really make their lap time on the straights.
They do, but I suppose now this just plays into the hands of the Cup cars as well, because the other one, the 234, they used the draft slightly and got an edge, but not good enough. That was the edge that did not quite work out for them, and this battle will continue on at GP, but you're wrong. That's the difference, just by a little bit. The SP9 car is able to edge them out, and they are, well, they're in the midst of a crazy thing, aren't they?
Well, speaking of a crazy fight here, Pastalis Gerkis for Juan de
interesting.
Simsport, trying to get by Charlie Collins here for Lego Technic Esports Lamborghini, the bright green coloured machine. And I always think Lamborghinis, you have to have your Lamborghini in a bright colour. I think that's important.
Yeah.
Lamborghini is about presence, it's about status, it's about swagger, and nothing says that like nothing says "hello, I'm here" than a bright green Lamborghini. Now, battle for third place in the SP10 class, 39th overall. Racing Fuel Simulators by RSO trying to hold off Race Fox in the middle there. WNS Esport there, 1, 2, 3, blue, red, yellow, and a little bit further up the way. In SP10, Corsom Racing of Pascal Sticks leading by 6 seconds from the number 397 RSO Porsche driven by Lorenz, and Schallenberg now for Racing Fuel Simulators by RS4 driving that car. They've dropped off the pace a little bit, Simil. They're 9 seconds back from the second place car.
We have RSO and Corsom Racing in a different league of their own at the very top of the SP10 field right now. And these guys, it's not because they're fighting a bit too hard, no. All the way through, Racing Fuel Simulators by RSO, Race Fox and WNS eMotorsport GT4, well, they were having a bit of a fight around 20 minutes ago. But since then, they have calmed down quite a bit. They've not gone that hard on each other. And so the gap has pulled up by some tremendous driving, which is what Lorenz and Pascal Six have done in the RS and Co cars respectively. So much so for the matter that Racing Fuel Simulators by RS will have to catch up by 3.5 if anywhere close to Lorenz in that second RSO car. That's the crazy bit. And what on the Racing Fuel Simulators team, Peter? They actually sit together in the same office basically, but they have a simulator cafe outside Zurich, and they work very closely with Team RSO. They've got really top-line simulators, they've got a broadcast zone they're planning to come up with over there as well. It's a proper hub for racing outside Zurich, and I love the fact that they can do this offline.
That is very cool. Yes, indeed. And like we mentioned earlier, I'd love to go to the Nürburgring Esports Cafe. That looks esports bar. That looks very fun with some proper equipment. Now let's get a replay presented by Goodyear. Now, what has happened to Marius Zug? It's not been. Oh, it just pops out the other side. Oh, well held out of the Caracciola carousel, and the Corsom Racing Porsche slips past. Driven by Oskari Rinna, drove very well at the 12 Hours of Sebring a couple of weeks ago in the IVRA Championship. Oh, that was very, very close indeed there for Marius Zug. Just popped out you're really trying to carry as much speed as you can through the Caracciola carousel, but if you carry just a little bit too much, you pop out the side, and he was very, very lucky there, was Marius Zug, not to plough into the barrier.
That could have been so much worse, and as we discussed early on as well, Peter, damage really takes you off the hook on this race. You literally have to serve a big penalty to get it repaired, and it's fast repairs, plus you come back for a 60-second stop-and-go penalty. It doesn't quite help out, and well held right there, gotta say it. And that's the matter with the Nürburgring. This just never was meant to be a proper strategy fest, by the way, which is turning out to be a big strategy fest in SP9 too, by the way. But the fun part is drive test. That is the one part that trumps all else. And that's the amazing thing that we're getting to see here. Proper drive fest. And it's come to that point that we have so many cars in the SP10 category that are already lapped. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars only in SP10 that are not lapped. That's the driver ability. That's how much it matters. In only an hour.
Yeah, we will see those the lap times kind of oscillating around. You can just see Sami Matti-Trogen at the very back of shot there in the Walkenhorst BMW as Oskari Rinna goes past Robin Strycek in the Porsche, the Sim Racing Academy Porsche. And Marius Zug seems to be a little bit hampered on straight line speed, but no such problem in the corners as we saw there. Marius wasting no time in that now very familiar BMW bank car. It's incredible. Let's talk about this BMW, Sumil, because this is a car in the sim racing world that almost seems very much part of the furniture now, this M4 GT3, but it's only just making its debut in outdoor motorsport. And we'll actually be racing at the 24 Hours of Sebring next week.
Yes, exactly. I think we're getting a good replay of something. Well, more on that in a second, but yes, more on the BMW picture. That's correct. It's been around since, I suppose, last December, isn't it? It's been around for a long, long while. And we've seen sprint championships, we've seen endurance championships, and so many other championships. Also, the BMW Sim 20 Cup also happened with this car, right? It's become a part and parcel of the iRacing service. And by this stage, everyone has figured it out. We also saw it being very dominant in the Spark 24 Hours as well. So it's become a proper favorite, even though it may not sound the best. But seriously, that car can go and go fast. But I've been so excited to see what it's like in the real world. And I just can't wait to see if it can replicate the kind of performance we're getting to see from iRacing, because it really has been one of the star cars of this past season, of past few seasons at least.
Oh, yeah, it certainly has here in the iRacing world in 2021. That's for certain. Now, I mean, I'm running out of superlatives for Daniel Juncadella's performance at the front of the field in the number 43 Mercedes Team HRT machine, because we think that he's taken either less tyres, maybe 2 tyres, or no tyres at all at the front of in that Mercedes. But his lap times, he's just gone 3 seconds quicker than the second place driver, the Dor Esports Lamborghini of Moritz Lohner. Daniel Juncadella puts it on pole position faster than anyone and is driving so well. 12 seconds to the good now. But one of the cars on the move is the Malo Racing Porsche driven by Ryan Barneveld, who's now just a couple of seconds back on Moritz Lohner. So, Simil, the battle is very much on for second place.
100%. We will see it evolve on our screens rather soon. And Ryan Barneveld, it's so good to see him race in this championship for BS competition, of course. It's almost again, Ryan Barneveld has become one of those drivers that you often end up seeing on the sim world, and you kind of be like, yeah, he's definitely high quality because he's been around for that much longer. He's somewhat associated with great speed, and it's amazing that we get to see drivers like him in this championship. It's just tremendous. It's certainly putting up the pace. He was previously, of course, racing for Maniti Racing, and that is also an outfit up and coming. We've often seen them in the DNLS in previous seasons, but Ryan shifted from there, got to BS competition. Arguably a bigger team in terms of resources, if I may call it that way, and he's taken his own performance to the next level. He is just getting on it consistently.
An update on the Cup 2 class. The cars, we actually see the former leader on the left-hand side of shot there, David Williams, now driving the Coanda SimSport Cup 2 machine. Of course, that car was started by Zach Campbell from pole position and was leading very confidently. But during the pit stops, slightly strange happenings again in the pit stops, says Simil. Most of the other cars, anywhere between kind of 25 and 30 seconds in the pit lane. Coanda were 1 minute and 1 second. So, are they the only team that have put new tyres on that machine compared to all the others in the Cup 2 class? Yeah, it seems so. I don't think they had any damage to fix. I mean, maybe if we can be told otherwise, great. But very, very strange. Well, very, very alternative, clearly, to the rest of the field. But Coanda SimSport now, they're just 2 seconds back from they are 18 seconds back from the leader in the class, but obviously took a lot longer in the pit lane, and they are lapping quite a bit quicker than everybody else with those new tyres on. So we're going to see that yo-yo back and forward in the Cup 2 class.
So I suppose, again, I'm not an expert, well, I'm supposed to be, but in terms of strategy, that's the fun part. You always are guessing because the teams and drivers are so innovating. The thing is, I suppose Coanda are banking on these fresh set rubbers now because maybe they get a feeling that the track will get cooler later, so they might be able to save on them a little bit better in the next stint, or they are doing this because they expect the most of the traffic in this mid-part, so they can just get past it with the fresh rubber and then save for the second stint, because I doubted that Coanda will again box for tyres in the next pit stop. So That's going to be interesting to watch out for. Shall track how much faster they are per lap, but these could be two of the reasons why Coanda and Dave Williams actually choosing to go with fresher rubber here.
Well, we're going to see what that 992...
I've got a word on that, Peter. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Got a word on that instantly. Coanda last time out, right? 6 seconds faster than WSE Motorsport clearly have not taken any tires at all. Just 6 seconds per lap. How many laps have we got here with the Cup cars? 8? 9? 8, I think.
7, I think. 7.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
7. That's a biggie. That's actually 7, 6. Well,
42. Yeah,
42.
which is about the difference. Yeah, which is about what they lost in the pit lane. So it's going to come back to exactly the same amount as the Reparex BMW SP9 car trying to get by on the 333 our Envision STS Sim Racing SP10 car, which is much slower in lap time. It's in a lower class, but the Reparex car cannot get by here now as we head through the very fast sweeps down from... I'm looking at it backwards to see where exactly it is we are on the circuit. We're coming down into Brunchen, just out of X-Back. Yeah, the big giveaway is the fans on the left-hand side there. Yes, indeed. Going around Brunchen now, up towards Ice Curve. And finally, the Reparex car gets by, as does the Phoenix Lamborghini number 5. But that took a little bit longer than they might have hoped.
Seriously, and it's the kind of stuff that really gets you nervous, especially when there's one corner into another one, into a jump into another one at this section. And as the faster car, this has to be one of the more frustrating circuits in the world to come to, because suddenly you're racing someone else, you're racing against time quite clearly. Lap traffic represents a lot of time being taken away. And at the Nürburgring, there's only a few places where you can actually go fast without losing time. So that must be something that the drivers have to take into account, because seriously, at the end of a stint like this one, I don't get how you're mentally not fatigued. Seriously, this is a very, very taxing stint for any driver, even if you might be someone who's done it before in the 24 hours in real life.
Now, Adam Christodoulou has come into pit lane in the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Heusingveld car. So that is very much out of schedule. Only been back out on circuit for 3 laps. So something is afoot here, for he is in the pit box. So he's taking on service, and there is a driver change. So obviously the driver time is now complete. So Adam Christodoulou getting out of the Heusingveld car and handing over to Mats Thorge Husfeldt in that Mercedes. So Adam now satisfied with his driving time, and perhaps Semil back timing to the end of the race. 2 full stints now with the 2 Pro Sim drivers.
Exactly. Mats Thorge Husfeldt is a fast driver. I remember him winning the RVRA GT Sprint Championship last year. Again, same cars, GT3s or the SP9s over here, Team Heusingveld. And he was a critical driver in that chart. So he was one of the faster ones. He's now moved across partially to Team RSO in a way. And that's very interesting, because RSO also one of the top teams in the world of GT3 racing. So it's interesting to see that collaboration and how Mats Thorge Husfeldt also able to work things out. And driving, of course, the Heusingveld car over here. So the old relations still very strong and still quite fast, just like the old times in fact.
Yes, exactly. Well, we shall wonder if we'll see some of the other SP9 teams do the same thing, whether they bring their real-world driver out and put the simulator driver in. In terms of the HRT Mercedes, I think you can keep Daniel Juncadella in as long as you can, because he is driving his socks off at the moment. He enjoys a 12.9 second advantage over Moritz Lohner in the Dor Esports Lamborghini. And third is Mahler Racing Team Porsche, Ryan Barneveld. And about 15 seconds further back from there is Elias Seppänen in the 89 BS competition machine. Now, Semil, Elias Seppänen, he is starting, that obviously was penalised heavily with a drive-through penalty for an incident with the Mahler Porsche, but he's bringing that gap down to between their car and the lead. So the fight back is on for BS competition in fourth at the moment.
100%. He is bringing the action to it. course, getting past BMW bank car with what happened with them, getting past the Hurtingwell Mercedes car as well. So suddenly, confidence is brewing high in the car of Elias Sapanen, the BS competition machine. And now the gap, it's 9 seconds. Certainly doable. You've got it down by 5-6 odd seconds in the last hour. 9 seconds can also be done, but it'll take some inspired driving. And the interesting part is, Elias went different on strategy. Elias cut down 6 seconds on the stop to Mahler. So there might be some time lost coming in towards the end of this, maybe because his tyres are not quite in the same condition. And that's where Ryan Barneveld and Moritz Lohner might have the advantage. But so far, Peter, interestingly enough, Danny Inkit has also gone on the same strategy as Sapanen. And Danny hasn't lost any time at all. So maybe it's not as serious as we think it is.
Well, with a drive-through penalty, if BS competition could even get on the podium, I would think that would be seen as a good result. Now, riding on the bootlet right now of Carl Janssen in the TCR, which is driving so quickly, even the Cup 2 and SP9 cars struggling to get by, and indeed they are. Goodness me, Carl Janssen driving the wheels off the TCR machine there as Pascal Face cannot find a way through on the Audi driver. Now, quite a difference in lap time between the SP9, the Cup 2 and the TCR machines. Also for WS Racing, for GT Tyre, Holger Meifert, he's right behind there as well in the Porsche. That's a Cup 2 car, and now they'll be able to stretch their muscles. Carl Janssen will say, after you, you've got well over 100 more horsepower than me, and over you go. But Carl Janssen, the Super Swede, a very, very fast driver indeed, drives a Hyundai i30N in the real world, so he's got... He's got good taste to mill in road cars, I always think.
Yeah, 100%. But it's all about channeling it back onto the sim. Well, it's an interesting guy. You mentioned Hyundai. What if one day we have Hyundai as well? It's not boring to see just the Audis, but wouldn't that be extra spice? Imagine the DNLS, Hyundais, Audis, in TCRs, maybe that extra element of spice that maybe the Hyundai is better at certain type of this at the Nürburgring, and of course, the Audi better at a different kind of track, or maybe different part of the circuit. That would be crazy. We're getting into with the GT3s already, but my word, that'd be special.
It would, and of course, Hyundai's performance brand N, it stands for Nürburgring, because they do so much of their development here. There's even a Hyundai N curve, which is the last corner of the GP circuit. So, would definitely be a nice addition. As Mark Brotman here trying to make his way through on the SP10 leader. Pascal Stex just gets it done in time. Not been an ideal day for the M&J performance car. I know that before the end of the day I'm going to get that car mixed up with the Windward car, because they're very, very similar in paint scheme, with the gunmetal grey, the battleship grey and the blue stripe on there as well. And battling away with the Coanda Simsport Porsche 911 GT3R, Pascalis Gegerkis. Now, one of the drivers on the move is a very impressive young driver, Charlie Collins, in the Lamborghini. He's up into 9th position now, and he's definitely, looks like he has dropped these two drivers on screen right now to the tune of 7 seconds in about the space of a lap.
How do you do that without not being involved in any traffic? I suppose that has to be the thing. Like 7 seconds over the course of the lap, it's far too much, I suppose. That has to be some degree of traffic involved, but that we can see a great degree of it right now in this battle. It's fun, right? We thought that lap traffic would be far more evident, but so far, from what we see, there's not much of it, but clearly it's impacting drivers on their lap times and being caught out in those weird spaces of the track. You can just do nothing apart from staying behind.
Well, it shouldn't be long till we get the SP9 cars coming in for their scheduled second stops. I think about 2 laps to go. Daniel Juncadella has just completed his 4th lap of the stint, and a lap time of 7:53.0. It's just coming up for 0.6 of a second quicker per lap than Moritz Lohner at the moment. So things all going very, very well. In fact, last time by, just 0.2 of a second quicker than Lohner was Juncadella. And actually, Ryan Barneveld in the Mala Porsche going quicker than Juncadella. But who's the fastest driver of them all at the moment? All the way back in 5th position, Oskari Rinner, 752.2 for Core Racing Porsche. They're in this game.
No doubt. Oskari Rinner in any car is actually quite fast, but with Oskari Rinner, you get this element of the different amount of saving, and he's able to do that quite well. Now remember, in his previous team, he just used to pull out the most outrageous of strategies. Of course, not all by himself. There was that element of how did these guys do it? How did they save that much? How did they eventually end up with these sort of tires in that condition and fuel with that much left? Watch out for him. That's going to be something to watch for towards the end of the race. What sort of condition they end in and where?
So looking at riding on board there on the top left of the screen with David Williams in the Coanda house in Germany, the Coanda sim racing team, one of the top teams in the world, who actually have a standalone house for all of their professional drivers who race there. And you can see David Williams, full concentration. You'll just see him, his lips moving there. That's him he's not talking to himself. He'll be speaking to a spotter who will be helping him along the way, but really flying at the moment in the VRS Coanda Sim Sport Cup 2 car. Of course, Coanda, one of the top teams in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. This is the car that will be debuting in that championship in just a few months' time. But David very much on the go at the moment at the wheel of this machine. Fresh tyres on board, we believe. And now he's now 22 seconds back from the lead. But given that he gave away over 40 in the pit stop, it's been a good stint so far for David Williams. And straight through the Caracciolo carousel, and then up towards Hua Acht. Oh, he's pushing.
Exactly, and the best part is there's still a ton of time to gain, Peter, because there's a lot of time until David Williams and the team have to come back in the pit lane, and so they will be clawing away. Is that damage we see on the front there?
It is.
Oh boy, how does that happen now?
Well, looking at the last lap time, 8:13, which is quite a bit off the car's best at the moment. There's a lot of damage at the front right there of the Coanda car. That looks like it's skittled through the barriers, actually, because there's damage down the side as well. and carries on, or are we waiting for something to happen here? The Deutsch
Suppose it happens
payment,
here.
yeah, in the Porsche. So this is Porsche versus BMW here. BMW at the front. The Total liveried Volkenhorst BMW. Of course, the team owned by Henry Volkenhorst, an absolute staple of Nürburgring racing, and racing with the BMW brand as well. A very successful BMW dealer as well as Volkenhorst. I feel there's an air of it. If this is still the Goodyear replay, where this is a long build-up to something that's about to happen. I do apologise, viewers. We don't know if this is replay or live. But a close battle nonetheless.
And interestingly, it's a multi-car battle. It's not just Porsche. This is one of the very few BMWs that are actually able to make things work out quite well. And that's the thing with Volkenhorst. You normally expect them to drag out something from the BMWs that no other team possibly can, which is what they're doing right now with their number 5 machine. Again, getting slightly understeery, which is quite evident. This is normally what the BMW can to do. They are holding up quite well against the Deutsche Payment at this Union GT4 car, which honestly I didn't expect to happen early on, because all the BMWs, literally all of them, were facing such a tough time at the start. But they, I suppose, Peter, are the top BMW right now, and the next one is a long way off.
Yeah, it's not been an easy day. The BMW's M4 kind of running with one hand behind its back in the balance of performance, and we might well see that adjusted for race 2. Now, riding on board with Ryan Barneveld, and he has reeled in Moritz Lohner in the Dor Esports Lamborghini. That is the car right up ahead at the moment. He's in the draft coming through. Antonius Bucca, is he going to go for the move? Barneveld pops out to the outside. They're absolutely side by side. Lohner does not protest it too much there, and Ryan Barneveld goes to second position. So taking over that Mala Porsche from Phil Denez and driving fantastically. This could be a very fast lap, actually, with that draft there for the Mala Porsche. And indeed it is. Barneveld, 7:52.5. Now, we've got a split in strategy, Sumil. Daniel Juncadella, our leader, has come into pit lane, one lap ahead of these two drivers. So now Ryan Barneveld leads for Mala Porsche.
Okay, so it's just that matter of time, Peter. Remember, we said that Danny Juncadella had a shorter stop, around 6 seconds shorter than Mahler. And that is the difference right now. Can they cover it off? Eventually, I suppose, it was the tire going away, but I doubt that, because literally in the last lap, Danny Juncadella was just 2 seconds, but 0.2 of a second slower than Mahler and faster than Durr. And of course, that can be owed down to the battle that these two were having. But still, I don't think the tires have dropped off that badly. So that must be in terms of fuel then, eventually, where Juncadella must have gone slightly lighter, Peter. Hence why he was able to go faster. Now we get it. And by that logic, Elias Sabanin should also be coming in rather soon, because he is also short fueled in. And that is why this battle just comes up to even better. On this last lap, Mahler and Durr will have slightly lesser fuel, I think a lot lesser fuel, than HRT will have on their outlap. Is that going to be the difference? Is that going to be worth more than 6 seconds, which was the gap on the in-lap? Fascinating.
This game on. Well, I think the former leaders, Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT, Florian Denzler, has taken over from Daniel Juncadella. Now, I think they've timed this perfectly. This is about 90 minutes left. Just over 45 minutes a stint, and Florian Denzler will now take up the reins. And I think we have to give a really big mention and a huge applause to Daniel Juncadella. What
100%.
a day he has had here. Puts it on pole, leads away from pole, does not make any mistakes whatsoever, and builds up a lead to handovers to his teammates. Daniel Juncadella, what a drive.
He's just been a class apart. Honestly, even with that light fueling stint that he's just done right now, he was consistently faster than everyone else. And at the start of that particular stint, he was just 3 seconds faster. Now, a long way ahead, 11. And of course, a lot of it can be owed down to that 6-second pit stop cut on gap. But even after that, Peter, he's just increased the gap. That's not gone down. It's only now where we find out if the others have got the strategy right or not. But meanwhile, Sir Matskert heading for a move, perhaps way down outside.
Oh, so it's Porsche versus BMW here down into turn 1. You can see the car just standing on the nose. It's like, oh, Deutsche Payment Porsche just can't quite get it stopped. So Volkenhorst BMW just hangs on for now. But into the final 90 minutes, we've gone past the halfway point of this 3-hour race here in the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. We hope you're enjoying it so far as much as we are. But this is the battle for the lead. Ryan Barneveld in the Mala Porsche up ahead. We ride on board with Moritz Lohner. And listen to that. Just hear Moritz Lohner. Oh yes, Moritz Lohner using this opportunity to Semil to just save those critical few litres of fuel. Right behind Barneveld. He knows he can't really make the pass in this very narrow part of the circuit. And he is just lifting off the throttle nice and early, slowing the car down, maintaining the momentum, and not using as much fuel as Barneveld will be in the Porsche in front. And that will be critical when they get to the pit stops. Now, a few driver changes to mention. Florian Denzler, we mentioned, taking over from Daniel Juncadella, but the BMW army is on the way. BS Competition, Rainer Talvar has got on board that machine, a very quick driver, and Team BMW Bank have unleashed the animal that is Kai Kashubi.
Oh, that's such an ace to have in your pocket. By the way, Asher Racing for the lead of the Cup category. It is Sim RC who still keep it. And René Otterkamp, ever since we saw that aggressive by him at the stadium section early on, he has been on fire, and now he has taken the lead. But goes back in the pit lane. Interesting.
Okay, so we're starting to see a little bit of variation now in strategy in most of the classes now. So we expect that Barneveld and Lohner, yes, they will be coming into pit lane at the end of this stint. And who will take over these cars? Moritz Lohner has been in since the start of the race. Ryan Barneveld took over after Phil Denez's first stint.
That's
Porsche
correct,
versus Lamborghini. This is, of course, a battle we do see in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Lamborghini very well represented by the Conrad Motorsport team. And some of the performances of young Axel Jeffries, the young Zimbabwean driver at the wheel of that Lamborghini Huracan, have just been breathtaking. They haven't quite had the fortune in the races, but they've proven that the Lamborghini Huracan, an Italian machine, can challenge the German manufacturers on their home turf.
I mean, deep down, it's got a German soul, isn't it? It's the same Audi V10.
Relatives,
other parts
yes.
Exactly. You know, those relatives, they are. Right now, the interesting part is the Lamborghinis have to work with the Porsche. It's Dirk and Mahler who smartly, Peter, are not challenging each other. Realistically, we've seen them be them a lot closer, right? At the start, they were like nearly in the half of a second of each other, nearly just making contact. But now they have spaced out. They have to, because this is their last lap. This is basically their in-lap. If this one is slow, Juncadella and the HRTT come out faster with a bigger gap, and no lap traffic in the way, in the worst possible card. That's Flanskarten. You don't need lap traffic there.
Yeah, Flanskarten and the Stefan Beloff S, that's really scary going through there. But both drivers get through, Moritz Lohner and Ryan Barneveld, as they come through Schwalbenschwanz into the Kleine Carousel. Now, will Lohner make the pass on Barneveld on the Dottinger hole, or will he simply sit behind using less throttle and therefore less fuel, given that they're going to be coming into the pits anyway? Let's see now as they come onto the Dottinger hole. 3 kilometres of absolutely flat-out action. They've got an SP10 Porsche there to use as a little bit of drafting assistance as well. Barneveld on the very far inside here as they head up towards Antonius Bucca at over 160 miles per hour. up towards Antonius Bucca, side by side in the Bilstein Bridge. Lohner's popped out to the outside. Is he going to make the move as they head through? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. So Lohner goes by then. Barneveld slips in behind as they head up to Tiergarten. Look at the bumps there as well. That's where you need your good H&R suspension to keep the car under control. And I would imagine both of these machines will come to pit road now. Indeed they do. So Moritz Lohner wins the race to pit road, Simil.
Indeed he does, and focus on the gap that I'm telling you right now. 1 minute and 8 seconds. That's how far behind Florian Denzler's HRT Mercedes is. There is a very good chance that they will not be in the pit lane for 1 minute and 8 seconds. The last time on their ideal stop, Barneveld and Lohner, they took 55 and 57 seconds respectively. And the reason why Denzler and the HRT team and Nani and Cadella were able to extend that gap is because they had a shorter pit stop the last time out. This time, 1 minute and 25 seconds because they had to take full tires. So then, how long do Mahler and Durr spend in the pit lane? This is for the lead. We shall find out the answer, well, around about 30 seconds from now, I suppose.
So driver change for the Dor Esports Lamborghini, the number 20 car, Michael Rachel, taking over the reins there of the Bologna-built machine. So, game on at the front. We shall see how this shakes out. Dennis Olsen Jr. has got back on board the number 3 Core Sim Racing Porsche. Now that is something I did not expect, Smil, for teams to swap back towards their real-world driver, but Oskari Rinne has done his stint. Dennis Olsen now on board the Core Sim Racing Porsche and back going again.
I think the drive time is, let's say, real-world driver has to do a minimum of a certain time, and so that's why it...
I think he'd completed it though.
It works out either way.
Oh no, he hadn't, you're right. My apologies.
Yeah. No, exactly.
That is exactly what happened. So he's done one stint, which of course is short of an hour. So Dennis Olsen Jr. has got to get back in now as well. I'm glad you're here to keep me right, Simil.
No, it's all pretty normal. Stuff just happens at times. Everyone just makes errors, and I'm sure I'll be making a few more as well as the race goes on. But right now, I'm still very intrigued about what's going to happen with the HRT team. In fact, suppose HRT coming back out, and yes, Peter, they are leading. They are leading. Even with that longer stop, they do maintain the gap. How much is it? It's barely under 5 seconds, that gap.
At the moment, I can see the gap from Florian Denzler back to Dennis Olsen Jr. is just about 11 seconds at the moment with Michael Rachel. Yes, about 2 seconds back from that. So, Core Sim Racing definitely the big winner here. However, they've taken a much, much shorter stop. So I suspect that Dennis Olsen will do basically the kind of minimum here. I think he might do a 5-lap stint and then hand over to Oskari Rinne for the rest of the race. That's my guess anyway, but who knows what they've got up their sleeve as well. But brilliant to see Dennis Olsen, of course, a driver who races at the front of the pack here in the real-world Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, often for Fricadelli Racing, also races for Falcon as well. So as a Porsche factory driver, he's kind of he stands there with his helmet and hands device, and he says, which car do you want me to get into? you pay my salary, you tell me which customer I'm to go and help out.
Exactly, no, and that's the beauty, right? When you've got these sort of hybrid racers that can make it work out anywhere. Virtual, real, doesn't matter. And it's a thing of our generation, Peter. Who would have imagined? Who would have imagined that we would have drivers like this who will be able to get things done so well across disciplines and literally across dimensions as well, basically, because of course, real world and the virtual, crazy stuff. But I will get back to you on what the driver change is like. Right, so each team must perform at least 2 driver changes, which of course we've seen most of them do. For the real world driver, I'll get back to you in a second on that.
Okay, so it's Peter Mackay and Simil Arora here in the commentary box for round one of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series. It's an absolute pleasure to bring this top-class competition to you here. We hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. And such fierce battles in every class coming out at the moment for this H&R 3-hour race presented by Goodyear Tyre. And well, looking at the moment, the number 88 of Sage Karam ahead in the Porsche 911 GT3R. You think, I recognise that name. Yes, it's the same Sage Karam of IndyCar fame. A very, very capable sim racing driver in his own right. You can see the windward Mercedes there, 2 cars back. The Phoenix, nearly said Phoenix Audi there. No, the Phoenix Lamborghini right behind the number 5 machine. So, just under an hour and 20 minutes to go here. We're coming into the business end of this opening round of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series. And myself and Peter Mackay will have all of the action for you to the flag and beyond. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back in just a moment. Do not go anywhere.
Zusammen Giga Green. Hol dir den nachhaltigen Gigabit-Anschluss von Vodafone. Highspeed-Internet mit der Power aus erneuerbaren Energien. Together we can.
Welcome back to the H&R 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series presented by Goodyear Tyres. And with 75 minutes to go, we are right in the heat of a superb battle in all 4 classes here of this 3-hour race. My name is Peter Mackay, and joining me in the commentary box today and for the whole season here in the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series is Semil Aurora. And Semil, I mean, where do we even begin? Let's start with SP9. What are we looking at the moment?
We are literally looking at craziness in terms of strat. We saw something really interesting play out. The HRT Mercedes team had a shorter stop early. It was clearly fuel slightly lighter in the first stint and able to edge out a really good gap around 11 seconds, and they recovered that even though they had to go longer in this particular stint. So that slight underfueling, I think, really worked out. I'm not sure if we can call it underfueling, or maybe it was that Mahler and Durr were overfueling in a way, because they eventually found out that we didn't need that extra fuel eventually, and they had a similar length pit stop like Mercedes AMG team HRT in this instance. So I think HRT played it smarter with their calculations, and that's why they've got this 11-second lead. And now Phoenix going side by side. Woohoo! Crazy.
Oh, Phoenix Lamborghini battling with the Windward Mercedes too. Well, two powerhouse teams of endurance races. Of course, Windward Mercedes winners of the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona this year. Phoenix, well, based here at the Nürburgring, just to the right-hand side of the Dottinger Hohe. A very, very impressive team indeed. Run the Audi effort, or one of many Audi efforts in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, but it's the Windward Mercedes getting the move done there. That is aboard that number 57 car at the moment. That is Alexei Iloma, the Finn. We also have on the entry list Jack Sedgwick as well, so we could well see Jack Sedgwick getting on board that machine, the Windward Mercedes, and Jack, one of the top drivers in the sim racing world. So in the Cup 2 class, well, it looked to be going all the way of Coanda Simsport, but it is completely fallen to bits for that outfit. Zach Campbell started the car off, handed over to David Williams, and Semil, it's kind of gone downhill a little bit, to say the least. The Coanda car at the moment, trying to find it on the time screen, they have pitted 3 times, whereas the cars at the front of the pack have pitted only once. So that kind of tells the whole story for the Coanda outfit, sadly.
And why that's happened is quite simple. They actually had a bit of an error. Now, we're not quite sure if this happened by themselves or with lap traffic or with some other car category, but Coanda quite clearly had big damage on the front side of their car. And it was not just on the front, but also on their side. So it was significant enough to make sure that they had to actually come down in the pit lane, much like, of course, the Deutsche Payment at Race Union GT4 car right now. Thing is, if you come in the pit lane with damage, you also have to get a fast repair, which is, again, fine, but not in this series, no. Because with the fast repair, you have to take 60-second stop penalty and come back in the pit lane the next time out to serve it. That is why Coanda have a total of 3 stops. That is why Coanda, a team full of Porsche Esports Super Cup World Championship drivers, is currently not even in the top 10. Well, they're actually third to last in this top 2 category. Real shame. We normally don't expect that to happen with them. But one error, Peter. One error. Nothing more than that.
And that is, in a nutshell, racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It only needs half of an error and it can end your race in the blink of an eye. There is no circuit in the world like this one. Opened for the first time back in 1927 and has been part of the top of motorsport ever since. What a place, and of course painstakingly replicated in the virtual world here on the iRacing.com simulator. Now, a point on the fast repairs: the teams can elect if they wish to use the fast repair or not. They can make that choice. So they can choose to, if they wish to use it, but if they do use it, as you rightly say, Semil, you have to then serve a 60-second stop and hold penalty to do that. So the Coanda, I think, left with no choice. The car very much battered and bruised. So, yeah, not running up to where we think they would be. Now, in SP10, the class running to FIA GT4 regulations, Maxim Ramstein leads the way for Core Sim Racing and their Porsche Cayman GT4, leading confidently at the moment. One of the earlier cars to take a second pit stop, but leading the way well at the moment. So very much Core Sim Racing's race to lose in SP10 at the moment. In TCR, a 5-second advantage for Core Sim Racing's Carl Janssen, over their arch rivals in TCR, Team Hoisingveld, who sits second at the moment. With Low Grip Racing, they are in third, but a little bit further back. But at the front of the pack, well, what can we say about Mercedes Esports Team HRT? The HRT team, Hout Racing team, one of the top teams in global sports car racing, but particularly here at the Nürburgring. And the opening stint, Samil, I know we've mentioned it before, but we have to mention it again. The opening stint from Daniel Juncadella, an absolute game-changer performance.
Seriously, and that just worked out so well with their strategy. When you have strategy, when you're slightly under fuel and you've got to manage the pace while saving a little bit of fuel as well, you need a driver with great experience. Someone who's been there and someone who has done that. But someone like Daniel Juncadella, Mercedes factory driver, again, Mercedes DTM competitor as well, you get exactly that. Hence why the Hout Racing team were able to execute that so well and are able to hold on to the lead, even though they were, well, at least on paper, slightly under fuel in comparison to Mar and the likes. But they made it work, Peter. It's all on them. I suppose I can't say they caught them napping, but they really pulled out an ace up their sleeve and said, well, even this is possible, you know.
Yeah, and I think Daniel Juncadella's pace has been, pure and simple, has been better as well. I mean, put it on pole and led from the front very well. I think he's had the pace to back it up as well. Now, got to give a big shout out here to Valkenhorst Motorsport, who in the SP10 category for GT4s, they are kind of driving with a kind of hand behind their back, because the balance of performance is not favourable for the BMW whatsoever. However, Fraser Williamson now on board the Valkenhorst car in third place, and if, to be honest, I would not have called a BMW podium at the beginning of the race in SP10, but if Valkenhorst can pull that one out, Samil, that will be a real, that'll be a bank job, to be honest, to get that podium.
Yeah, I think we said it ourselves as well. I think we said that in SP10s, it's hard to imagine any BMW in the top 5, let alone where they currently are. But I suppose also, and the Racing Fuel Simulators car especially, one expected them to get there. But they've had that extra pit stop, Peter. And that extra pit stop, the damage, that is why the Racing Fuel Simulators car, and why they're not able to challenge them as well. And that's the crazy part. These things, half an hour, and a team that looked like they would actually go out and potentially win this category, they're down in P5, P6, and they're not able to actually challenge for the podium. Hence why it's never a dead race for any car, even though it looks like it's slightly slower in this race, isn't it? Even though you might be BMW, just stick in there. Who knows? It's a Nürburgring, right? The track will fight somebody, and if it's not you, you might be on the podium.
Well, the car on the move at the moment is definitely the number 91 Mahler Racing Porsche. Ryan Barneveld has just moved up past Dennis Olsen into second position and lapped 3 seconds a lap quicker, not only than Olsen last time by, but than our leader, Florian Denzler. So the gap now at the front in SP9 and overall is only 10 seconds, and Ryan Barneveld is tearing strips out of that lead at the moment. So, Sunil, we have a proper Nürburgring showdown on our hands here. It's going to be Mercedes versus Porsche. As I'd buy a ticket to that.
100%. Sell me in. And it's the last hour. Clearly, it's all down on the drivers. The strategies have been nullified. Nothing different, I suppose, on the tyres. Nothing different, but only a couple of pieces here and there in terms of the fuel as well. And I wonder if that will be the difference. I wonder if that will allow maybe Ryan Barneveld to push that a little bit higher. Maybe because he has an extra fuel left in that last stint, he can go hell for leather, while Denzler might have to save a little bit. I wonder. And Denzler's been fast, actually been able to be pretty quick in that car. But Ryan Barneveld, since he's come to be a competition, he has just set the tracks alight. And this is the time where he has to adjust that. And in 5 minutes, that much of a gap. Sell me in.
Oh, yes. And also, is there any other cars in SP9 that have got something up their sleeve? Is there some team that have just been keeping their powder dry to the latter part of the race? We shall see. One car that we can give a note. Yes, Core, yeah. What have they got up their sleeves in that Porsche? Core said we should see Dennis Olsen handing the car back to Oskari Rinne at some point, maybe at the next stop. But we've got to give a shout out to BS Competition, number 89, driven by Rainer Talvar at the moment. Elias Seppinen qualified the car and started the race, but of course BS Competition having to serve a drive-through penalty, Simil, for contact with the Mala Porsche on lap 1. They've fought back very well.
100%, yeah. And that happened right at the opening lap. Was it the No, it's the second lap,
lap
if
one.
I'm not mistaken.
No, it was lap one. In
Lap
just
one,
the
yeah.
right-hander when you cut out
Exactly.
a part of the Grand Prix track. Yeah.
Exactly, that loop over there. And so eventually we saw Mahler on the outside line. It's on the inside. Things were a little bit squirrely right there. And Mahler spun on. That's why this particular section of the track that you're seeing with the Nürburgring esports team right now, right over here. And eventually, Peter, with a team like BS Competition, you know it's not going to hurt them that bad. Again, defending champions in this championship, a team that have consistently proven that they can get things done. If I'm not mistaken, weren't they the ones who won the 2020 Nürburgring 24 hours as well on our racing? They've just got that credibility up there, Stephen. So it might not be a win, still quite good, but where it really pains, it's only 4 rounds in this championship. If you get one wrong, that's 1/4 of your championship gone in a flash. And they'll not be looking to finish P3 before, would they? They want to be champions. That's why they're here.
Absolutely. There's with teams at this level, they only race to win. It is very much, and in many cases, a lot of the drivers are doing it professionally, i.e. that is how they earn their living. So, yes, winning is really the only option. Riding on board with Patrick Jarzinski for the Nürburgring esports team, you can see actually how physical it can actually be. Nowadays, most drivers at the top level will run with what's called a direct drive wheel, which basically gives a much more of a sensation of a real racing car and really translates the weight, particularly, of the steering. And you need pretty good forearm strength. You can see here how Patrick is having to really hold on to that car. And, well, anyone who's driven a high-powered front-wheel drive car will know how difficult it can be to handle power power understeer as well in these machines as they fly through Flugplatz on the long drag down towards Schwedenkreuz. A properly scary corner. Do you know, actually, Simels, apparently you can buy a Manthey Racing edition of the Porsche 911 GT3 RS, which is a road car. Apparently, a GT3 RS Manthey Racing edition will do 240 kilometers an hour around this very corner they've just gone around now.
I heard from my friend that you could buy it, and we both of us are big Grello enthusiasts. We're just wondering, well, which bank should we rob, or maybe the host property should we sell, or still good enough opportunity to know that, right? Then we eventually found out that, well, maybe we've got to earn our money, and maybe by the time we actually can afford it, this will become, I don't know, far more costly, because it's a legend of the Nürburgring, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And of course, Manthey Racing, winners this year of the 2021 Nürburgring 24-hour with Kevin Est, Matteo Cairoli and Michael Christensen. And Olaf Manthey, of course, team owner, formerly team owner, of course, selling the company a little while ago, but the most successful driver in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, 30 wins, more than any other by quite a long way. But he never won the 24-hour race as a driver. Won it as a team owner many times. In fact, the most successful team owner in Nürburgring 24-hour history, but never got it as a driver. So it's Olaf is. Of course, the car used to be sponsored by Haribo, and Haribo made a special Olaf Manthey edition Haribo bear.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
I've got to see it.
They're probably a bit fusty by now.
Exactly. Oh my God. That I never even knew that existed. Now, once the race is done, that is what I'm going to do, for sure.
Eat some out-of-date Haribos.
In fact, it's so unbelievable that our directors actually asked us, is that really the case?
Yes. Do you know who told me that? It was our esteemed colleague John Hindhoff told me that. I couldn't remember the year, but he said, Haribo made these Olaf Manthey edition Haribo bears with had the moustache and everything. So there you go. Right, an hour to go here at the Nürburgring. And, well, who's going to come out on top? In SP9, the gap is coming down yet again. It's now down to under 9 seconds. Ryan Barneveld is the man on the move in the Mahle Porsche. Mahle, an incredible German engineering company, really producing game-changing components for decades, for generations now. And the Mahle lightweight aluminium piston, nobody thought in the 1950s that an aluminium piston was even possible, but Mahle made it work, and it transformed the power of the Porsche motor, which of course was only 1.5 litres in those days, the engine that ran in the back of the 550 Spider, but it was Mahle that came up with the solution. So Mahle and Porsche very much hand in hand. And that's the thing that always fascinates me, Samil, about Germany particularly, the engineering powerhouses, not just of car manufacturers, but the component companies like H&R, for example, who make fantastic suspension components for race cars and for, they make stuff for F1, for DTM, for rallying. But then you can also buy an H&R suspension kit for your road car.
That's the part, right? That's the whole thing. We've got so much of it back here in India as well, where if anyone actually wants to add custom parts on their car, there's a certain tagline that we often end up using. It's simply Hindi for, is it German? Because if it isn't, there's a big chance that nobody might want to put it on their car. And that's the amazing thing. It's just that assured quality that you get all the time. And at this point, everyone knows, right, German engineering, always the top class. It's always represented as well, even in the world of sim racing too. Again, one team that comes to mind, Asher Racing. Asher actually have their own high-performance steering wheels. Again, made in Germany, highly crafted, and they've got just as much functionality, or maybe just a little bit lower, as a Formula 1 wheel. They've got, 15, 20-odd buttons, so much data, tech screens as well. You can just link it in, direct drive to. Just simple ground-level German engineering. This doesn't just happen at top-line companies like a BMW, who are, by the way, working with Fanatec to have a wheel that can work both in a real race car and on the sim, but also at the ground level with smaller companies like Asher. So it works out well.
So we're riding right now with Sami-Matti Trojan in the Volkenhorst Motorsport BMW, driver who races the Volkenhorst BMW M6 in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series in the real world, but also a very impressive driver in the sim as well. This, of course, is the new version of the car, and it looks fantastic with the Alpecin anti-balding caffeine shampoo. Now, given that Sami-Matti's a little bit younger, he's probably not going to quite need the joys of the Alpecin anti-balding shampoo, but yeah, nothing wrong with the haircut there, but it shows you how hard work that is behind the wheel there. Will Traguth started this car off, unfortunately got tagged by Phil Ellis in the Windward Mercedes, but the flying shampoo bottle fighting back well. They're in 7th position at the moment. And here's Rainer Talvar wanting to get for 4th and just blows straight past the number 20 Door Esports car. That's why. Ran wide into Arenberg.
Yeah.
Down the pit row they go.
I was really suspicious. Won't let go of that. Really fought hard about that one. And Ryan Talvar from Estonia, just about as the same age of myself, around 18. And he is facing internet issues. So that'll be something to watch out for as well. If Rainer is blinking consistently, it makes him a bit of a roadblock in the way. And that'll also be something to watch out for, because for Michael Ruckel, he'll be blinking his mirror as well. That makes him wonder, well, is he still here? Is he gone? Where should I defend or where should I not defend? I wonder if Rainer knows that he's having these internet issues, because often driver driving is quite aware, and that can be a bit of a tricky aspect.
Yes, that is one thing that is one. There's a couple of unique aspects to virtual motorsport as Talvar goes for. Oh, and they make contact. They contact in the Door Motorsport. Lamborghini spins. So Michael Ruckel gets tapped by Rainer Talvar. And could we see the second drive-through penalty for BS competition? They've been quick, but they've got involved in incidents. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh, Rainer Talvar. And, Samil, where do we go with this one?
Yeah, that'll take a second to digest. That is so sad because their esports could have been the one fighting for the win eventually. Now, we said that there was going to be a straight fight, wasn't it? And Der was going to be that team that could have done it with Mahler. But Mahler are now way ahead. They have gone past Go. Der is stuck with BS. And here is why. Well, it's not contact though, is it? It's not. Der spun it on their own. They got scared. Yeah.
Wow.
They lost it on the entry, carried too much speed. And previously it was Ryan Alvar of BS Competition who overshot the entry to Amber. Now it is Michael Rackel who just lost it at the 3 rights. Oh my word. And we knew that the Lamborghini is a tricky car to handle. We knew that it is quite a frisky one, but not to this extent, no. Completely on their own, I would say.
Well. That is... I think the stewards will have a look at that from a number of angles, because if Michael Rackel spun on his own, Talvar was certainly very close. Now, coming back to... This is very relevant to the point you were making, Samil, quite rightly, about occasionally you just get a slight blip in internet connection, which is nothing the driver can do, and that does sometimes cause the car to blink out and then come back again within the sim, which of course is very distracting for the other driver. And as you rightly said, Samil, as well, the thing is, the driver who's having the internet connection issues, often they don't know that their car is blinking in and out. It's a little bit like snoring. You don't know you're doing it, but it's very annoying to those around you. The only thing is, when a driver is fighting with an internet connection issue, it can cause a little bit of ghost contact as well. If you're too close to the car in front, that may be a part, in which case, well, it just depends what the stewards want to do about it. But whatever happens, really unfortunate for Michael Rackel in the Door Esport Lamborghini, because they were really charging.
They were really charging. They could have been the ones taking the win. Because as you know, there's a good chance Corson Racing could be coming in for a pit stop later on. That could have promoted them up to third. And who knows how the race is going right now. We can't tell if it's going to be the out-racing Mercedes team that's going to actually lead, or Mahler. And of course, they were part of that group with Mahler. That's the race sports we're talking about right here. That's going to be a battle. Well, we're discussing when the race is gone, actually. No, it is for them. But more of this right now. Lego Technic Esports, actually, they're of course run by the VRS Under Simsport team. And it's Charlie Collins driving right now and fighting the Team First World Mercedes, which has, of course, the driver of Christodoulou. This is going to be fun. Lambo versus Mercedes. Coanda versus Hersing. Then, of course, partially the Mercedes factory team as well. I like this.
Yes, it's Mats, now who's on board? Mats Thorg Husfeldt driving the Hoysen-Belt.
He's fast.
Yeah, very fast. This is two sim racing professionals. Oh, absolutely going for it. Going through the Stefan Bell of S's there. Wow, Charlie Collins absolutely flat out at the wheel of that Lego Technic Lamborghini. And yeah, into Schwalbenschwanz. Kevin Ester's favourite corner, that one that just come through there. And then up towards the Kleine Carousel. And Collins just biding his time here, waiting for the opportunity coming out of Galgenkopf. This corner right here, folks, this right-hander, the most important corner on the circuit, I believe, because you've got to be really brave. You can see there Collins fighting the very edge of grip, trying to build speed. Do not scrub it off. Now, up into top gear and right in the draft, onto the Dottinger hole. Give the folks at Phoenix Racing a wave. They're on the right-hand side, just coming up the right-hand side, going past their workshop. But Collins, right to the very top of top gear here. Does he have enough speed to get past the Mercedes, approaching 275 kilometers an hour? Here he goes. Here comes Collins in the bright lean green Lego Technic Lamborghini. Does he have enough speed to get by in time? This is going to be very close as they come to Tiergarten. Oh, just snips the nose off and no more. That, Samil, is where you need a very good spotter.
My, oh my. I'm over here. Watching and commentating on this gets us really nervous as Team Heusinger Mercedes dive on into the pit lane. But imagine driving. Imagine knowing that at that speed there's somebody side by side with you. I don't know if I'll be able to survive that properly. The scary stuff that this happens every single lap at the Nürburgring. That final section near Tiergarten. Chef's kiss. But is this going to be worthy of a showcase? Is the Deutsche Bahn at Race Union GT4 car again on the chase for the RS Fusion Sim Racing team? And I suppose we've seen this happen around about a half an hour ago, Peter, isn't it? We saw the similar battle again, and they've still not made their way past.
And I have to say, the driver of the number 310 Deutsche Payment Porsche has the coolest name in the race, Lord Schleifer. If that's actual name, I mean, that is fantastic. Lord Schleifer. I am the Lord of Schleifer. Fantastic. So,
And actually, I just found out, Peter, a bit of a fun note. You can actually use the official title of Lord and I Racing. I know there's a driver in the Ibra GT series who does that. And I got an ad on Facebook saying that you buy, I think around you can't buy a yard of property, right? But if you buy an acre of property in Scotland, you can actually officially use the title Lord. Is that true?
probably like the Loch Ness Monster is true, I would think. You can buy a toy of the Loch Ness Monster, yeah. Lord Schleifer does go by then into 5th position past Maximilian Den. Great move there as well as Maximilian Den looking very relaxed at the wheel of his simulator there, driving that BMW M4. 48 minutes to go now. For SP9, this is a very important part because this is the point where you could get in the car and get to the end of the race on a tank of fuel. 48 minutes, we roughly see about 8-minute laps, 6 of those laps on a stint. So yeah, any time now. Now, where are our leaders? Florian Denzler now only leads by less than 6 seconds, so Ryan Barneveld is really on the charge. And Barneveld has a lap longer on his stint than the Mercedes Team HRT car in the lead. In fact, Florian Denzler will need to come into pit lane at the end of this lap. They're about halfway round at the moment. So it is game on in SP9, and I wonder, will Jun Cadella get back on board that HRT Mercedes, Simil?
Yes, exactly. There's a minimum time limit that you have to do as a real-world driver, and they have completely gone past that in SP9. You need real-world driver to race, and after that, you have to have the other driver as well. You need to have 2 driver swaps, and they have had that second driver swap. And how much slower is Denzler in relation to Jun Cadella? Well, there's clearly still around, a second's worth of I think Jun Cadella was doing somewhere around late 07s, early 08s as well. So I suppose there's a chance that they might want to, but at what cost? What if Marlon stay out with Ryan Barneveld? Because Ryan has actually been one of their faster drivers so far today. That could basically mean SRT betting on Jun Cadella being that much faster. So that's an extra layer of intrigue into it. Do they want to do that extra stop because they think that Jun Cadella is that much faster? I think if they want to do it, they better do it now, right? Because time is running out, and that you need a greater amount of time for Jun Cadella to result into a greater amount of gap being made out. So that is a bit of a weird decision they've got to take now.
Now, on the entry list, we do have Danny Giusa on the entry list for HRT Mercedes. So it could be that he gets in to do that last stint, possibly. So we will see. But whatever happens, the Mercedes AMG Esports Team HRT car, the leader of the race right now, does have to come to pit lane. It cannot go for another lap unless they've done a huge fuel save, which I very much doubt they have done. But at the moment, the Mala Porsche of Ryan Barneveld continues to slice that gap down at the front of the field. But here we go. Dor Esports, Michael Rachel trying to hold off Kai Kashube, the powerboat racer, professional powerboat racer who powers past there at Moot Curve. That's double moots there to get past at Moot Curve. Wow.
Tremendous. And similar signs if you are the esports car. Another deal competition run machine headed past you. That is the story of their day so far. Could have been so much better had they avoided that mistake that they made on their own, seemingly at least on their own. But it's a case of what if. What if they had not made that error? What if the race had carried on as normal? Maybe, who knows, they would have been with Arla.
Yes, if buts and maybes, as they say. Now, yes, we've got a little pit stops going on in SP3T as well, which will be important for who comes out in front out of Housing Belt and Coursum Racing. We'll update on that in a moment. 45 minutes to go here at the Nürburgring, and our leader, Florian Denzler, coming around towards the end of the lap, and we'll need to come down to pit lane for the final time here in this H&R 3-hour race presented by Goodyear. We hope you're enjoying the coverage here on the LEGO Technic live stream. It's been an absolute pleasure for myself, Peter Mackay, and Sunil Arora to bring you all the action. And the good news is we have plenty more for you. On the 12th of December, we will be back for the NIMEX 3-hour race. And then after Christmas, on the 9th of January, the Schütz GmbH Messtechnik 3-hour race for round 3 of the championship. The Happy Racing 3-hour race will be on the 13th of February, and then the final round of the championship, round 5, the 6th of March, will be the LEGO Technic 3-hour race. Who will be champion? Well, it's going to be too close to call. In every class, there are multiple challengers for not only for the win but for podiums as well. And as you've mentioned a few times, Sunil, I think you're spot on. You cannot afford, in a championship like this, you cannot afford one bad race, otherwise you're done.
And one bad race is basically a quarter of your championship wrong. That's the thing, right? So little margin for error. And okay, there's a different point that there are so few rounds in the championship. Must also consider that these teams on here will bounce on absolutely anything. Now, take a look at what HRT have done so far at the top of the SP9 category, right? A slight margin, a slight opening, and they pounced on it so much that they could be going to win with a big gap on their hand just because they did that one extra lap. Things like that, you cannot afford to make a single error, and I wonder what will happen to BS competition with drive-through penalty. They still recover to do quite well, but they won't do that much better. Defending champions, remember.
So driver change for our former leader for Mercedes-AMG Esports, Danny Giosa, takes over the 43 Team HRT Mercedes BS competition number 89. Lauren Heinrich takes over the wheel of that BMW M4, and Oskari Rinna back on board the Coursum Racing Porsche after, I must say, a superb stint for Dennis Olsen. Now, Mala Racing continue. Ryan Barneveld leads the race for Mala Porsche, and he will be due in at the end of this lap, which he has just started. And meanwhile, Charlie Collins has just slammed in the fastest lap of the race, almost qualifying pace, 7 minutes 49.917. That is 2 seconds quicker than any driver has gone during this race. Extraordinary stuff from the LEGO Technic Esports Lamborghini driver.
It's that cowabunga mode, Peter. It's that cowabunga mode that I mentioned early on, and Collins feels that the time is right.
Yeah, that is absolutely exceptional, and even actually the crazy part is that Lamborghini of Charlie Collins is not even in 100% health either. He's got quite a bit of damage on the front of the car, making it even more ridiculous. What pace from that young man in the LEGO Technic Esports Lamborghini. So at the moment, it's Porsche from Lamborghini, from Mercedes, from BMW. We can assure you that the order in the top 5 will be shuffling around for the next little while, certainly over the next 2 or 3 laps as the final pit stops are made. And here we ride on board with Danny Giosa. He's seen Daniel Juncadella do a top job. He's seen Florian Denzler do a top job. Now it's down to him to follow through on what has been a flawless performance so far from the HRT crew, Haupt Racing team, owned by Hubert Haupt, a very successful property developer in Germany, and a very successful racer in his own right as well. And I don't think you get anything more iconic than the sound of an AMG Mercedes thundering its way through the floodflats.
I think you can.
Oh, go on,
Maybe
raise me.
Porsche Flat 6.
Oh,
Maybe
true.
the Porsche
Yes.
Flat 6.
Porsche
Maybe.
around Metzgesfeld.
Ah,
Or
yeah.
Porsche around Schwedenkreuz here. Oh, Oh, that is a proper breathe in and hope corner there at Schwedenkreuz, and then round Arenberg where you can carry so much pace. Now, up ahead, that is Charlie Collins up ahead right now. However, Charlie needs to come down pit lane, so Danny Giosa doesn't necessarily need to worry about the rapid pace of Charlie Collins right now, because, like I say, he's got to come to pit lane, whereas this Mercedes we're riding on board with right now is fueled up to the finish. So, 39 minutes to go here at the Nürburgring. This is just flown by, this H&R 3-hour race. And Danny Giosa, well, he knows he's in a fight here. He's in corner speed there. Through towards Kellenhardt. Very tricky part of the circuit here. You've got one apex, two apex. Then you float through to this very fast left-hander here. And then a triple apex right-hander. Ready, count them. 1, 2, 3. And then hard on the power. Down towards Versiphon. Down the gearbox. Just taking it nice and gently. Clip the apex. And down towards Breitscheid. Over the bridge here. Through the village. Very tricky part as well. You've got to be careful not to hit the curb at the wrong moment, and then up towards Exmühle. So, we wait then for our leader, Mahler Racing Team's Ryan Barneveld, to come to pit lane. Will he stay on board, or will he hand back the reins to Phil Dennis, his teammate? We shall see. But an update on how things look in the TCR category. We still wait for, now, interestingly, Team Heusingveld leads by a 23-second margin, but have one pit stop less than Corsim Racing. Simil, have Corsim Racing served the drive-through penalty at some point?
We shall confirm. My time soon's actually gone for a bit of a reload just the moment you ask, and that's a bit of a funny thing, but I shall get back on that, which is interesting. Because Ko eventually were having a good run at the top, right? Ko were the faster car all the way through, had a good run at the start as well. Let's wait and watch. But till then, the team Woodward, Philip Ellis with his damaged car. Oh man, it pains to see him with that damaged car. Chase the car fan. Esports by OK's DCS team.
Yeah, that Windward Mercedes driven by Philip Ellis there, that we're looking back at, has carried that damage since the beginning of the race after making contact with the 34 Falkenhorst BMW, and that has just plagued them all race long. So, not been an ideal day for the Windward crew, but they will be back, make no mistake about that. And in the Cup 2 class that we haven't mentioned too much in the last little while, the number 246 German sim racing car leads at the moment, but will soon hand the lead back to Martin Ascher, I think. Yes, who's just taken his stop. So Martin Ascher for Ascher Racing could will move back into the lead there. So as Coanda, former leaders, really fighting their way back to the front after a difficult mid part of the race, but at the moment David Williams 8:05.0 last time. That's rapid.
And by the way, we've got an update of exactly what happened with that ERC car. Well, ERC Hansen from Terrapel PI, they eventually had a drive-through penalty with penalty points added in. So that must have been for a big accident that must have missed somehow. But 2 penalty points and a drive-through penalty, Peter, that is huge for the ERC team. Yeah, still we wonder what happened to Cole.
Well, we're getting confirmation now. The number 403 Corsim Racing SP3T car, former leader and former runaway leader too, stop and hold penalty, 5 seconds and 3 penalty points on the license as well. So something afoot there, but it appears they have served that penalty. But that effectively at this stage has cost the chance of a win for the Corsim Racing Group. And Team Heusingveld, don't forget, winners of the Nürburgring 24-hour virtual back in June. Well, they sit in the lead of the SP3T class at the moment. riding on board with the .exe Esports green car. British, I would say that's close to British Racing Green with some yellow spots on there. Very nice. Following the GT Tyre Porsche.
And the .exe team, well, they've actually had 2 of these sort of liveries.
Yes, they have, indeed. Now we have a pit stop for our leader in pit lane, Mahler Racing Team Porsche, brought in to pit lane by Ryan Barneveld after a superb stint, and hands back over to Phil Dennis, who qualified the car and took the opening stint. So Phil Dennis behind the wheel now comes out behind the HRT Mercedes. So game on. We will update on the gap in just a moment, but that is your battle. It's going to be Giosa versus Denez, Mercedes versus Porsche for the victory at the moment. But do not write off the 89 BS competition car of Lauren Heinrich. What a driver he is. And yeah, do not write the German star off. And indeed, neither Oscari winner in 4th.
And Lauren Heinrich.
So this is the 3-hour race here in the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. We will be back in just a moment. Do not go anywhere for the rest of the race.
Zusammen Giga Green. Hol dir den nachhaltigen Gigabit-Anschluss von Vodafone. Highspeed-Internet mit der Power aus erneuerbaren Energien. Together we can.
Welcome back to the H&R 3-hour race of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie presented by Goodyear. This is the last half an hour of what has been an exceptional motor race here on the world's greatest circuit. My name is Peter Mackay, and I'll be taking you to the flag alongside my colleague Samil Aurora. And Samil, we have got a proper slugfest on our hands here. Just 1.2 seconds separates the top two cars in the lead. The Mercedes number 43 of Danny Giosa and the Mala Porsche of Phil Dennis. It is game on in a straight fight at the front.
100%, and now Danny Giosa having a bit of a tricky role in hand. How do you keep someone like Phil Dennis behind? He is so mighty quick. I mean, regardless of the car, whether we put him in a USF 2000 and a 1600 car as well, whatever that would be, he will deliver. And that's why this combination have got it. That's why my racing team said, right, we want him for this race. And he is pounding on the pressure. And it's not just there where the battling is happening in P9, is it?
No, absolutely not. And just an update while we've been off on air, the Kwanda SimSport Cup car, their woes go from bad to worse as they're in the pit lane now and right at the bottom of the order in Cup 2. That was something our pole-sitting car, don't forget. Zach Campbell has got back on board the car, but sitting in pit lane at the moment, and not been in pit lane for quite some time, actually, well over 7.5 minutes. So I think that is their day done. So from pole position, a real disaster for Kwanda Porsche. Really something we did not expect in the Cup 2 class. So the battle rages on at the front for SP9 GT3. Is it going to be Mercedes? Is it going to be Porsche? Could it be someone else? Could it be Lauren Heinrich and the BS competition crew coming back from a drive-through penalty? At the top of the Cup 2 class, at the moment, we wait for the German Sim Racing machine to come down the pit road, probably at the end of this lap, the number 246, which would then hand the lead over to the 200 of Michael Asher for Asher Racing. In SP10, the GT4 class, oh dear, that's a huge accident now. That is coming around Schwedenkreuz. The Lamborghini gets pushed wide onto the grass. And Simil, when you're onto the grass, there's nothing you can do there.
Exactly, but it was such a good battle. It was maturing so well for so long. It's a real shame. It's a real shame to end it this way. With only 27 minutes to go, there's barely any time for a recovery. Even if you go for that fast, even if you go quickly, that battle right here is over and done. And so late on. You get a feeling, right? If it's so late on in the race, you feel a bit of shame that, oh man, had I just held on to it, maybe so many more points would have been in our bag. And remember, it's only a 4-round championship. Can't afford that.
No, that's especially with this amount of time left in the race. You're absolutely right. So Moritz Lohner back on board the Dort Esports Lamborghini. Moritz was so quick earlier on in the day, having qualified the car on the front row. On row 2, my apologies, but qualifying it very well, running in second for a majority of the opening stint. Niels Koch aboard the Team BMW Bank car, number 59, a car that's not been without incident, but running in 5th at the moment. So in SP10, the GT4 category, at the moment, very much in the hands of Core Sim Racing. They've taken their final stop, and they are leading by a significant margin. So a good day so far for Core Sim Racing Porsche in the SP10 category. In SP9, well, this car we're looking back at now, the LEGO Technic Esports car, it might be in 9th place, but holds the fastest lap of the race. Charlie Collins putting in a lap that Stefan Beloff-esque, 2 seconds quicker than anyone. And at this level, Simil, we just do not see that level of pace difference.
Especially with a slightly damaged car as well, Peter. That makes it even more jaw-dropping at that stage of the race. Collins, well, it's just that point in the magic. Everywhere they go, whatever car they have, they just bring that sense of raw pace every single time. It's just that it hasn't quite worked out in other parts so far for them today. But well, it's a clear indication, right? They will be there. Next time, they will be there to take it completely.
I think so. I think Charlie Collins is showing once again his credentials in that pace. But Mario Yuri for Sim Racing Academy Black, we look at now. We're riding on his engine cover at the moment in the 4-litre flat 6 Porsche 911 GT3R. The car in the hands of Phil Dennis chasing down our leader, Danny Giosa. The gap is now down to just 9/10 of a second. So they come up towards the faster part of the circuit. That is now close enough where Phil Dennis will be able to pick up a little bit of a draft, a little bit of slipstream effect from the big Mercedes. The only thing is though, Sunil, I understand that the Mercedes particularly is a very difficult car to follow. The dirty air that comes off the back of it can cause a few problems, particularly, funnily enough, for a Porsche.
Exactly, yeah. And the Mercedes is a biggie, right? It leaves behind such a lot of wake, and it's crazy. That car is one of the most stable cars in iRacing, but it makes everyone else behind it unstable. And also, even if you counter the dirty air, even if you find a way to get close to it, how do you get past? It is a monster.
Yeah, that is the question. Of course, the grunt and the torque of the Mercedes is quite impressive as they come through.
And width as well.
And width, yes, as they come through Metzgersfeld down towards Kellenhard. And Phil Dennis has got the bit between his teeth now, down to just 7/10 of a second at the front of the pack. But as they say, catching is one thing, getting by is quite another. 23 minutes to go. It will be quite tight actually if we will be 2 laps to go, or if we'll force a third one. Now, if for the teams, if they're close on fuel, forcing that extra lap, particularly here at Nürburgring, you're forcing another 25 kilometers, of course.
Yeah, exactly. And just getting out that extra lap is quite something. How much do you have to save? Remember, Peter, the Nürburgring 24 hours early on here, we had, I think it was RAG Esports trying to desperately save out. And every single lap before every single corner, it's like they almost switched off their car. And that's how desperate it worked. It was basically, I think 50 meters before every corner, switch off completely, and then brake hard. Craziness.
Yeah, we do see some drivers, you'll hear them dipping the clutch as well to try and just cut the revs and try and save as much fuel as possible. But Phil Dennis, this is where Phil Dennis is in a good position as well, because he here in the Mercedes, you can see where can he take the advantage, and that is a key part of this. So we're coming into the closing stages then of the H&R 3-hour race here in the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. We hope you enjoyed the coverage here on this LEGO Technic live stream. 21 minutes to go. Mercedes-AMG Team HRT lead outright in S9. The Porsche 992 Cup 2 class at the moment led by German Sim Racing, who are due a pit stop. Michael Asher for Asher Racing likely to take over there in Cup 2. In SP10, well, it's very much the exclusive playground at the moment of Pascal Stix and the Core Sim Racing SP10 Porsche. And in TCR, well, Team Heusinkveld have grabbed the lead there after a stop-to-hold drive-through penalty for Core Sim Racing as well. Nothing but drama here at the Nürburgring, you know.
Seriously, and in every single category, be it the SP10s, be it the SP9s, it's all been amazing. And that's the best part about the DNLS, right? You know, you get such a high quality grid, and you know that it's paired up with this variable of strategy, and you also have this variable of the track itself. It's the Nürburgring, and it's got so many drivers out. Remember the battle we were seeing in the background over there as well? I wonder if this one ends as clean as that.
Phil Dennis there having to take quite a bit of risk to go around one of the SP10 GT4 cars there, the BMW, the Schwabenfonts up towards the Kleine Carousel. 20 minutes to go, and it will be 3 laps to go at the line.
And 3 express laps of the Nürburgring, Peter. What a way to end this. It's a straight fight. Nothing else to it, isn't it? Danny Giese just has to keep Phil Dennis behind. And I didn't know I wanted this battle so bad until I fought it.
Yeah, this is what it's all about. This is what the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie is all about. We've seen this a number of times in at the championship. I do recall a brilliant battle between the BMW Junior team and the Phoenix Audi team. Vincent Kolb and I think it was Dan Harper on board the BMW. Really hot battle there in the summer meeting here in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, and great to see this battle between Danny Giosa and Phil Dennis.
Yeah, exactly. And now, of course, getting a bit too close, heading back onto the GT circuit. Phil Dennis is trying to get things better. They will come across some, of course, 992 lap traffic in the Cup category, but I don't think it will be that much of a problem. But Dennis is not looking for a move this time, Peter. Dennis is going to wait. And that's a bit of a shame. That's a bit of a shame because we want to see this battle happening right now. But hey, it takes longer and matures into a better one. Why not? But where will Dennis go? He has to do it at around the GP circuit, right? That has to be the best part, the safest bet for anything. But now, the fun part is, if you want to make your moves at the GP circuit, you've got to wait for another lap. And that means basically 8 odd minutes gone from this, Peter. And so for Dennis, essentially one more lap gone, time will be running out big time. It's only realistically, I mean, of course, you can pass at multiple places, but the best passing opportunities are only at the GP circuit, and for that, you've got 2 more chances.
Yeah, I think that was very smart there from Phil Dennis, just to bide his time there from Danny Giosa and just try and pick up as much information as he can about where to make the move and where the Porsche has its attributes and where the Mercedes has its attributes. And yeah, very important to... Yeah, we're going to go a little bit over time here. This is a thing racing at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's a unique challenge. Normally, if you go an extra lap on a regular circuit, it's maybe 1.5 minutes at the most, maybe 2 minutes. Here, it's another 8 minutes, and that's quite a different matter. 25 kilometers, you know, you require a lot more fuel on board, and I just wonder maybe Phil Dennis is just biding his time here. He doesn't need to make the move just yet. He just needs to keep himself in touch.
And that's the best part. You've got the opportunities, you've got wait and watch right now. Where will the Porsche come good? Where will it actually potentially have that advantage over the Mercedes? Again, in the last couple of racing seasons, the Mercedes, whoa, what a jump that was for the Porsche up ahead. But in the last couple of racing seasons, the Mercedes has been made more stable. If anything, that was one thing it didn't quite need. But it still is quite a beast and has the right drivers.
Oh, well, the traffic just not quite working out there for Danny Giosa as they head down towards Schwedenkreuz, and they touch! They touch going into Schwedenkreuz there, and somehow Danny Giosa hangs onto it, and more contact! More contact there from Phil Dennis to the back of Danny Giosa. Wow! Now, I can assure you that is a scary, scary corner. Well over 240 kilometers an hour going through Schwedenkreuz, and it's fast on your own. If you get a tap from the back mid-corner, that is not what you want, trust me. Oh, it's getting... The gloves are off, Simil, at the front.
My word, Peter, my word, and now lap traffic getting involved in this one. Will Phil Dennis and Mal try again at the Nordschleife this time? That got properly scary. We literally had our hearts in our mouths. And if it's that scary for us, right, imagine driving, imagine being the one involved in this crash. keeping the emotions at bay. That's what it's all about right here in the last 15 minutes.
Oh, well. That will have grabbed the attention of both drivers, that's for sure. But this is and now there you go. Traffic gives and traffic takes away. Danny Giosen nips past the RSO SP10 Porsche, and meanwhile Phil Dennis has to wait his turn. And look at that, the gap stretches back out again. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. This is the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie at its very best. We see this all the time in the real life championship, and this is what we're getting in the virtual form. All you need, Samil, is the best drivers and the best cars, and that's what we've got.
Exactly. Nothing more to it. No drama, no shenanigans, nothing extra. Just pure hardcore battling that we get into see right here. And it's matured over a lot of time. Remember, a 3-hour race this one. And they have come to this stage where in the last 15 minutes, they are just separated by under a second. And it's only going to get closer. That's right. They're only going to get closer. And Phil, this is just dropping off marginally. I don't think he's going to go on. I think this battle will still continue right down to the completer.
Yes, I think so. This is gonna rage on for the rest of the race. No doubt about it. It will be 2 to go when they get to the stripe, and they've got a lot of traffic to get through between now and the checkered flag. And we will have all the action for you here on the LEGO Technic live stream here for the H&R 3-hour race presented by Goodyear. And this camera angle, we could be in the Goodyear blimp here, couldn't we? Yes, of course, the iconic Goodyear blimp, been flying since 1917. That was when it was first flown. And actually, the Goodyear blimp provided the TV coverage for the very first Super Bowl game in 1965. And of course, made its reappearance at Le Mans last year as well. So I believe they have one in Europe, and they have, I think, 3 or 4 in the United States, the Goodyear blimp. But this is the battle for 5th position. Niels Koch in the BMW Bank BMW M4 with Moritz Lohner in the Lamborghini Huracan, trying to find a way by, but coming up towards Four Act and then down to Whipperman. It's kind of one line along here, Simil.
Yeah, exactly. And you've to nail it properly, otherwise the chances for you just keep on dipping and dipping. Moritz Lohner now on the attack, and Niels Koch and Moritz Lohner, well, they've raced against each other a fair bit. I can assure you that they know how each other drives, how they race, what their style is. My work isn't getting close.
Very, very, very tight indeed. This is the tension of an endurance race. These drivers and teams have been going for 3 hours on a circuit which takes absolutely no prisoners and gives absolutely no freebies. And a level of concentration and focus required to keep the car at the barrier, let alone win a race here, is quite exceptional. And that is why the circuit is so adored by those who race here. And at the moment, Mercedes AMG Team HRT, a team very familiar with winning at this circuit, lead by the colossal margin of 1.4 seconds in the context of that battle at the front. It's been a pretty fractious lap for both of the two front-running cars, with a little bit of contact at one of the most scary parts of the circuit at Schwedenkreuz. But luckily, to be honest, Emil, I'm very relieved they both got through there cleanly, because that would have been such a pity for for a battle to end like that.
Yeah, and that was turning out to be such a fun one. Just robbed by it, literally. And that happens, right? When the racing is so intense, it does sometimes spill over. It's part of the game. This one doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. So here comes Moritz Lohner then, using the draft of Niels Koch's BMW then, and stepped right out, making sure not to give Niels Koch the side draft. Very important as well, and nips by at Antoniusburg as they come up through Tiergarten. Can Niels Koch fight back? There's not much room to do it here as they come into the final part of the Nordschleife and then back onto the Grand Prix circuit, carrying as much speed as possible for the run down towards turn 1. 2 laps to go here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Danny Giosa leads by 1.3 seconds. A very quick lap there, despite the contact from behind. A 7-minute 53.7 for Danny Giosa. Very, very impressive.
And that's the part, right? Danny Giosa, he's done so much of endurance racing on iRacing. I remember in the Ivory Top Sport years as well, really, really strong. With his old team, Midas Elbinsberg and now RS in a bit of a fight. Deutsche Bemüht Race Union GT4, they have been really aggressive today across both their cars. And man, this is a battle. This is what the last 10 minutes of the race should always be like.
Well, it is very tight at the front in Cup 2 at the moment. Martin Ascher leads by 5 seconds from the Peter Bonk Performance number 266 car. Phoenix Racing Esports, they are in third, just another 13 seconds back, so it's quite close at the front there for Cup 2. Interestingly, the Peter Bonk Performance car and indeed Phoenix Racing, they are going to be very tight on fuel. Actually, they may well need to stop, and that could throw up the order in the Cup 2 class. But maybe they've been fuel saving. We shall see. We'll only know when we get to the checkered flag. In SP10, Corstrom Racing Porsche leads by a pretty healthy margin at the moment of about 5 seconds is your gap there at the moment. So the gap has come down a bit. So WSE Motorsport on the move.
And that is going to be interesting now. That can completely change up what these next few minutes of this race looks like, because now finally in every single class we have battle and Pascal sticks. WSE Motorsport didn't seem like their direct competition the entire race, but now there is an air of excitement to it. And that gap has actually gone down by a lot, Peter. Around 4 seconds in the last 2 minutes.
Yes, it's there's something afoot there for the Corstrom Racing Porsche SP10 car, but the battle still rages on. Moritz Lohner might have got the move done to hold on to 5th position, or to get 5th position from Niels Koch in the BMW Bank M4 GT3, but Niels Koch is right on the back bumper here of the Lamborghini, trying to put together some sort of move, but there's not really anywhere to do it. Coming up into Adner Forst, maybe down into Metzgesfeld, but he'll need to get a very good run. Maybe this batch of traffic simul will give the opportunity to do that.
Okay then, this battle has been going back and forth, front and back all the time for such a while. Now then, is this the place? Okay, here comes lap traffic. Are they going to box them out? Of course they are. And luckily, Peter, luckily for Niels, both the cars boxed the lap traffic out at the same time, at the correct time. For this next section, I don't think they can pass anywhere. I think you've got to wait and watch, unless maybe at the moot curve, well, something can happen. Maybe.
Well, maybe, yes. Well, this is a proper knife fights on the go here in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Now, a slight problem, Simil, it's just come to my mind. No, ignore me. The Mercedes the leading Mercedes is going to get home and no more on fuel.
Oh boy.
Yes, just gonna make it home on fuel, whereas the Porsche Phil Dennis is going to be full rich to the end. Now that could be pivotal, actually. If Phil Dennis, I think that just full rich for Phil Dennis in the Mala Racing Porsche in second, and in fact the gap has come down quite a lot. The traffic is taken away, it is given back and forth. The gap is now down to less than half a second at the front of the field. So Giosa versus Dennis, there they are. That's less than half a second.
My word. And if you're right, Peter, if fuel saving is that extreme with the car, that Giosa will be a sitting duck. And of course, the Dortinger Her, you will eventually see Danny lifting off before the Tiergarten chicane. And so that is where you can expect Phil Dennis to get that move done. It's a dangerous place, no doubt it is, but I guess it's the only opportunity they've got, isn't it? This is Mahler's golden chance. They've manufactured it by themselves.
Yeah, I think I think the Mercedes should be okay. Maybe a little bit of saving if they haven't. They might well have done it already. That's the only thing. They might well have enough to get through. We will not know, but one thing we can guarantee is that Phil Dennis can be full rich. Not just from now, but up to now, he will have been full rich because he will only have had to do 5 laps on this stint by the end of the race. So they come through Flansgarten and down towards the Stefan Beloff S's. It's going to be Mercedes versus Porsche here. Giosa versus Dennis. A proper Nürburgring street brawl here. And now what I want to see is, will Dennis decide to go by now on the Dottinger Hole? Or will he try? Not will he decide, will he try? And then run the risk of being drafted back again on the final lap? Or will he bide his time? And also, if there is any question on fuel for the HRT car, the yellow and blue Mercedes there, Sunil, Dennis can play the game here. He can just say, no, you're at the front. You do all the heavy lifting.
Exactly, and then maybe take it on the last lap. Oh my, if it was up to me, I wouldn't be able to do this. I don't have that much risk appetite, to be honest with you. That's just a bit too scary. But yeah, let's wait and watch to see what Phil Dennis can actually do right now. Getting very, very close.
Yeah, he's right to the top of top gear now, approaching 275 kilometers an hour on uphill, don't forget, here at the Dottinger Hole through Antonius Bucher, and then right onto the limiter now, going through Tiergarten, still flat, just blending out the throttle onto the brakes, and then you can see the rear of the Porsche twitching around. Remember, a 4-litre flat 6 at the back of that machine, and yeah, it's a heavy engine at the back of the car and it can twitch around at the rear, but Phil Dennis hangs on to it, as does Danny Giosa, hangs on to the lead of this H&R 3-hour race. Live here from the Nürburgring, and here goes Dennis into turn 1, makes the move, and they make contact again. Giosa loosens him up, another bit of contact as well. Oh dear, so Phil Dennis goes into the lead of the race, but not without contact between the two drivers. Now, Samil, this would be a moment to make our viewers aware of the iRacing incident point system. Of course, a track limit abuse, not such a problem at the Nürburgring. 1 incident point. For a spin, 2 incident points. And for contact with another driver, 4. Now, the teams get 30 incident points through the race, but the Mahler car alone, we've seen it make contact on 4 separate occasions. That is just what we've seen on camera. That's 16 incident points. Now, depending on what's happened off camera, that's going to be making Phil Dennis pretty nervous right now.
Yeah, exactly, and it's been such a long race, and Mahler, of course, constantly lead off. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if their incident limit is awfully close. Only 1 lap to go. They've got to keep it safe, though. And, well, from the lead, I think things become a lot easier. I think things become a lot safer. Lap traffic starts to affect you, but I don't think they'll be holding on to the lead close enough, though. They still try HRT.
Well, Phil Dennis has got to make this work. The Danny Giosa flashing the lights on the Mercedes there, whether that be to express displeasure about something or whether that be to just try to distract his opponent. Those are the kind of normal 2 uses you'll see drivers make use of the flashing lights. Giosa still flashing the lights as well. And Dennis, to make this work, he's got to try and break away from Giosa, because if Giosa is on his tail coming out of Galgenkopf onto the Dottinger Hole, Phil Dennis will be very vulnerable indeed. And it will be a drag race along the 3 kilometres of the Dottinger Hole for the win, as through Flugplatz they go. All 4 wheels off the ground. And then the straight, flat-out charge towards Schwedenkreuz. Now, remember, Simil, this was where they made contact last time, but it looks like they're too far apart to do that on this occasion.
Yeah, exactly. Luckily, they do have that distance. Luckily, they do have that gap. We want to see some more closeness. We want to see some more action. Oh, man, how closer can they get? And where Can we maybe see a last run of the Dottinger Hole from the HRT team?
Ooh, well, I think we could. Remember that Mercedes has got some big torque, some big front, but Dennis is pushing as hard as possible. The lap times last time by were incredible. 7 minutes 51.2 for Dennis, 52.4 for the HRT Mercedes of Danny Giosa. Now, remember, there was a little bit of traffic involved there. This final lap, well, it could be the fastest of them all. And Dennis trying his best to hold off Giosa's charge here, but he needs to put room between himself and this chasing Mercedes. Because why is that important? Because when they come onto the Dottinger Hole, there's such a long, flat-out drag up the hill that if you're the car in front, you are vulnerable to being passed with the slipstream effect. So, this is too close to call here. This is what racing on the Nürburgring is all about. This is the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, and this is the H&R 3-hour Rennen here in round 1 of the digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. And Sumil, if the next 4 races after this one are even half as exciting, well, I'm gonna need a beta blocker.
No, seriously, it's going to be right this all the way down to the end, Peter. This is just the first glimpse of it, just the first quarter of it. Imagine what more could be up for us in the next few races. Maybe BS competition getting closer, maybe Dirt Esports getting closer. And this is just one category. There are 3 more. What if Coander bring that trend? What if Go do not get a penalty in TCR? Oh, and so much of intrigue.
Yeah, this is, lots of if, buts and maybes as the traffic really is starting to shake this battle up now as they head up the Kesselchen, this flat-out run up the hill. But there's a little bit of traffic here for Dennis as they head up towards Moot Curve. Is it going to hamper Dennis's run as they head towards Moot Curve? No, it is not. Look at that, Dennis right out to the wall there, using all of the entry in a big moment there. Huge wiggle for Dennis in the Porsche. That's how hard he's pushing. He's got to get by here at Klostertal, and he does, but the Mercedes of Danny Giosa gets the better of it there. So all that hard work for Dennis is gone as they head up towards the Caracciola Carousel. Oh my word. Absolutely
crazy.
Fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic. And right now, Dan Giosa, where is that one last opportunity? Has he actually got that opportunity in it as well? It's not like he's fuel saving desperately. He's starting to go really wild with it, getting up so close to Peter now as well. Oh, this is too scary to watch.
That it is. 2 powerhouses of the German motor industry, Porsche and Mercedes. The Silver Arrow versus the Württemberg coat of arms. Afterbach versus Weissach. 2 powerhouses of German engineering as well, Mahler and Bilstein. Fantastic. They come up into the final part of the lap. This is the run through Brünchen up towards Ice Curve. Has Phil Dennis put himself into enough of a gap? I don't know if he has. The gap is hovering around 9/10 of a second as they fly through Flansgarten, over the jump, and then you've got to try and get through this right-hander here, through the Stefan Bell of S's. The car's getting very light, it's getting loose. Who knows what the tyres are like now? Big moment for Giosa there over the crest of the hill as they head down the flat-out run towards Schwalbenschwanz. Here comes Giosa, he's flashing the lights again. And look at here, he closes up on the brake there. Oh, it's a bit of traffic for Dennis. Here comes Giosa, he's right on the bumper now as they come up through Schwalbenschwanz. This is coming right down to the wire through the Kleiner Carousel. Mistake for Dennis. Giosa has to get on the brakes and checks up through towards Galgenkopf. This is the corner that could decide it here. Galgenkopf, how do they get out of this corner? Dennis absolutely on the limit of grip. Now it's the Dottinger Hole. How many times have we seen this at the Nürburgring Nordschleife? Dennis trying to weave, trying to break that force of nature that is the slipstream. But here comes Giosa in the Mercedes, the pole-sitting car. Here he comes. Here comes Giosa. He's going to go for the inside. He's going for the Kevin Estra. Giosa. Pass on the grass. Through to Antonius Bucca they go. Dennis goes back into the draft, so Giosa has the better of it. They've got traffic to worry about. Through towards Tiergarten. For the final time, this is going to come right down to the wire. Will Dennis have a go? You know he will. Into the final corner, they touch. Big hit there from Dennis to the back of Giosa, but Giosa is going to hang on to it. It's a drag race for the line. Dennis has to go for a drive-through penalty. So Dennis goes for a drive-through penalty. Mercedes win the H&R 3-hour race. Wowee. What a finish. Oh, that was superb motorsport there. Now, Lauren Heinrich comes over the line in third. He may well be classified in second after Phil Dennis having to go for a drive-through penalty. Corsim Racing, what a run for Oskari Rinna and Dennis Olsen. My. That is racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. What a treat. What a treat to witness this. If you're still a little bit cynical, you're still in doubt about virtual motorsport, you think it's not the real thing, there's your answer. Well done to Mercedes AMG Esports, Team HRT. Well done to Danny Giosa, Florian Hensler, and of course Daniel Juncadella, the real world driver who put the car on pole. Oh wowee. So our SP10 cars come through. Corsim Racing take the win in the 303 Porsche. WNS Esport in second. Your winner in the Cup 2 class will be Martin Ascher in the number 200 Porsche. Wowee. Motor racing at its absolute finest. And we caught it all live here on the Lego Technic live stream. 3 hours of racing coming down to the very last moment, and a drive-through penalty for Phil Dennis at the last possible moment, which we can only presume due to an accumulation of incident points throughout the race for contact with other cars. Now, of course, not all the fault of one particular car, but any contact taken into account. At the moment, the Mala Racing Team Porsche classified in second, but that may well adjust when the final results come in. But what a start to this digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series. The best sim racers in the world, the best real world racers on this very circuit, showing us what can be done. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. We should be able to confirm soon our winners in each class. At the moment, looking like Team Heusingfeld, number 404 in TCR, Corsim Racing in SP10, and Asher Racing in Cup 2. We know for sure that it's Danny Giosa and the Mercedes AMG Esports Team HRT in SP9 and outright who take the win and the championship lead here in the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series, presented by Goodyear Tyre. As the last few cars come over the line, it's a big lap here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, 25 kilometres, and the last few cars coming over the line to complete 3 hours of flat-out motorsport. Mark Stegmuller bringing the Indici Scuderia TCR machine over the line in 5th place in class. A strong run indeed. Here comes the 322 Schütz Sim Racing BMW M4, Antonian Titus finishing off what has been a difficult day for BMW in the SP10 class. Will they be given a balance of performance break for the next race? To be honest, I hope so, because it would be great to see a battle between BMW and Porsche in that class. It's been very much the exclusive playground for Porsche in SP10, but in SP9, well, Flo Hassa for MRS Esports limping his Porsche 911 GT3R over the line. I wonder if he's struggling for fuel, possibly, but comes to take the checkered flag. But our top three in SP9, Mercedes, Porsche and BMW, showing that the balance of performance in SP9 absolutely spot on. And indeed, the top Lamborghini, Dor Esports, in the top 5. So 4 manufacturers in the top 5 in this race. Daniel Berka will be one of our last SP3T runners, a class which we didn't get too much to see, but very much a story of two halves in the TCR class. Corsom Racing very much dominating the early part of the race, but unfortunately a stop and hold drive-through penalty for an incident. We're not entirely clear on where that came from. They will come home in second. Team Heusingveld, as they always do, running nice and clean and rewarded with the first win of the season in the SP3T class. Well, we hope you enjoyed that finish here on the LEGO Technic live stream of the H&R 3-hour race. Do let us know your thoughts on those last laps in the YouTube live chat. Let us know how you've enjoyed the show. I hope you've enjoyed it half as much as myself, Peter Mackay and Sunil Arora have. It's been an absolute privilege to be chosen to bring this action to you on this incredible race circuit. And aren't we lucky to have this circuit in the real world and also in the virtual form as well. I think after this broadcast I might go and do some laps myself on my iRacing simulator. It's certainly given me a taste for it. Leonard Ziegler brings the number 340 BMW over the line to finish in 12th place in SP10 with SAA Racing Team Sharp Project. Andreas Topp completing the top 9 in TCR. Now, finally, a victory lap for Martin Ascher, not over the line just yet in the number 200 Cup 2 class machine. Now, I think Martin Ascher might well actually finish. He does. Finishes on the lead lap. So not lapped by any of the SP9 cars. Very impressive for this new machine from Porsche. Martin Ascher wins for Ascher Racing in the Cup 2 category. Well. WS Racing Esports, Pascal Fies brings the GT Tire BMW over the line here. Wowee. GT Tire, brand which we see a lot racing at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, developing their technology here. Stefan Hermann will come home second for SimRC in the Cup 2 category. Coanda on pole position for this category, but not getting the job done on the road. Peter Bonk Performance come home in third in a closely contested Cup 2 category. So many of the Porsche 992 Cup machines coming home on the lead lap overall. Very impressive indeed, which does make you wonder, when we get to the Nürburgring 24-hour next year, will we see some of these Porsche 992 Cup cars finishing in the top 10 overall? We might well do. Well, here is your unofficial classification then for the H&R 3-hour race, round 1 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. Team HRT, Daniel Juncadella, Danny Giosa and Florian Denzler win for Mercedes by a whisker from BS Competition, who are indeed classified in second position and after a drive-through penalty. So a great recovery from the outfit. That then means that on the podium, and for Dennis Olsen, real world driver for Porsche, finishes on the podium in the virtual world alongside Oskari Rinna. So 3 different manufacturers on the podium. Dor Esports then promoted to 4th. So 4 manufacturers in the top 4, balance of performance working at its absolute best. Team BMW Bank round out the top 5, with Mala Racing Team dropping back to 6th place after that drive-through penalty on the very last lap. Very unlucky indeed for Phil Dennis and Ryan Barneveld. Volkenhorst Motorsport, Will Triguther and Sami Matti Trogan in the Alpecin anti-balding shampoo car. A very impressive return from an unfortunate incident with the windward Mercedes, which in turn finished in 11th. Phoenix Racing Esports Lamborghini, the number 5 car, finished 12th. Cartland Racing Esports Lamborghini 13th, followed by Artel Motorsport, MRS Esports, WS Racing Esports, Mercedes Team M&J, Mercedes Team Landgraf, Coanda Simsport, and ERC powered by FSP, TUV, Rhineland, Lamborghini, rounding out the top 20 in a very hotly contested SP9 category. Not such a good day for Mercedes all round, with Team HRT definitely flying the flag for the Afterback crew. Michael Asher wins for Asher Racing in the number 200 Cup 2 category car, winning by 38.3 seconds from Sim RC, with Peter Bump Performance rounding out the podium and indeed the last Cup 2 car on the overall lead lap. Fourth position was the Phoenix Racing Esport car, the number 205, followed by WNS Motorsport, German Sim Racing DE, Core Sim Racing were rounding out the top 6. And what a surprise, the number 208, Coanda Simsport, 4 laps down, having started on pole and leading away at the early part of the race. Quite a surprise, and now a real fight back on the hands for Zach Campbell and David Williams. Definitely the story of the day for Cup 2. In SP10, well, it was Core Sim Racing continuing the good day for that outfit. Maxim Ramstein and Pascal Stix win by 39 seconds from WNS Motorsport, with the third Porsche Racing Fuel Simulators rounding out a lockout for the Weissach brand. Deutsche Payment finished in 4th with the first of the BMWs, Volkenhorst BMW, finishing in 5th overall in the SP10 category. Will the BMWs be able to challenge next time out? Let's hope they can. And your last few runners in SP10 there as well. And finally, the SP3T class, the TCR category, won by Team Heusingveld. However, Corntinguines and Carl Janssen will be ruining that stop-and-hold drive-through penalty, only missing out on the win by 25 seconds. Without that drive-through penalty, they would be sitting on top of the podium. But if buts and maybes mean nothing in motorsport, Low Grip Racing round out the podium in SP3T with Marshmallow Racing, Undici Scuderia, Valkyrie Esport, ERC, Kart Halle Wittlich, SAA Racing Team, and Nürburgring Esports Team round out the top 10 in the SP3T category. So, what a start then to the H&R 3-hour race here in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series Digital. We will be back on the 12th of December for the NIMEX 3-hour Rennen, one not to be missed here on the Lego Technic live stream. Myself, Peter Mackay, and Sunil Arora will have all of the action for you. We'll see you on the 12th of December, and good night.